everyone. It's 8:03. We're going to get the committee on appointments started. Our first item this morning is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Kenyatta Brain to the Civil Service Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. This is a reappointment, I believe. Are there any other comments on this item? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Item 2, resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Lawrence Zeisser to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries. The last item this morning is a review of our vacancy list. We do have one resignation on our meeting for tonight, in vacancy in the Michigan Street Corridor CIA. So that one will be an additional vacancy. Any other comments, updates, questions on our vacancy list this morning, colleagues?
Madam Chair, can you confirm who is resigning from Michigan Street?
Matthew Chaffee.
Matthew Chaffee, okay. I think in the, maybe not this last packet, but the packet before, there was a PIF for a new member. So I can follow up with the Economic Development Office, because usually those ones, you work kind of hand in hand with them on those appointments, right, Daniel? And this member is, I think, would be somebody good. I'll also share with Commissioner Knight, since she serves on that body, but they would be like a resident member. So I don't know if they have too many resident members. We'll have to kind of see about that before we move forward.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if you don't mind scrolling down to the Planning Commission section. I just want to see the breakdown again, just to remind myself. Okay, we do have a first ward. I know there's some people had brought up the first ward vacancy, or the lack thereof, I guess. So I just wanted to check that out and see if we had any PIFs particularly for first ward, or?
I think Daniel sent over some PIFs for the Planning Commission. I haven't had a chance to review them just yet, but we're happy to share them with all.
Okay.
So we have the ward breakdown, but I also want to note that we have the race, ethnicity, and gender breakdown. So currently all of our members, or 5 of the 7, are Caucasian or white men and women, and then are not reported. Yeah. So I think we have some room for improvement there in terms of representation. Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll adjourn this meeting at 8:06. Thank you.
Committee to order here at 8:16. The first item on the agenda this morning is a resolution accepting a grant from the state of Michigan in the amount of $35 million to construct 2 fire stations and a training campus.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Good morning, Chief Brown.
Good morning, everyone. I accepted a big check last September, and we've had a lot of paperwork and back and forth to get to this point, but very appreciative of the state of Michigan $35 million grant to help us move these 2 fire stations and training campus forward, and certainly willing to answer any questions you may have this morning.
Very good, colleagues. Questions, comments?
Exciting.
Exciting.
Congrats.
Exciting.
Very exciting.
Great work. All right. With no questions, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 2, resolution authorizing a contract for an amount not to exceed $22,000 with Kamai Strategies to conduct community engagement for the city's climate action and adaptation plan.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Turn to Ms. Claren, maybe?
I guess I don't see her here. Yeah, it's just a grant towards the work, or the contract, and I believe it's funded out of her budget. So, yes.
Colleagues, questions, comments? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 3 is a resolution authorizing an agreement with the Baxter Community Center to provide summer day camp services at Joe Taylor Park in the amount of $55,000.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Our Parks Director, Mr. Markman, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is our 5th or 6th year with an agreement like this with the Baxter Street neighborhood to provide 1 of 4 sites for campership. The other 3 sites are controlled by the City of Grand Rapids at Martin Luther King, Roosevelt Park, and Garfield Park. So with this agreement with Baxter, we offer the camp at Joe Taylor Park.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? Commissioner Sapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Marquardt, is this is the 3rd year we're doing this, or is this the?
I think it's I wish I knew. No.
I couldn't remember if we
Yeah.
did it like in 2021 would have been the year after COVID. I know we had started to do some different
Yeah.
programming in the park. So just wondered, sort of year over year, was it the same cost? Was there an increase? Was there more interest? So.
Yeah, the cost has been about the same.
Okay.
This is I believe, year 5,
Okay.
Commissioner. And this is about the same cost that we carry as the city organization at the other 3 camp location sites.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. No further questions. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 4, resolution authorizing various agreements for implementation of the 2024 Grow 1000 Youth Employment Program.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohash, good morning.
Good morning. So this is an item that we bring to you annually when we kick off the Grow 1000 Youth Employment Program for the summer. This gives authorization for the mayor to execute a variety of program implementation agreements. They range from the youth mentors who are assigned with each of the youth who participate in the program to small contracts with those who actually facilitate some of the development trainings that are held on Fridays. I think Shannon refers to those as Grow Further Fridays that the youth participate in. So it could be a range of activities that are being supported with these agreements.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5, resolution accepting a $7 million grant award from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation for the Grand River Revitalization Project.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Mike Stahl, and I'm in the engineering department. So this grant was part of the state budget from a few fiscal years ago. The city applied for it and was awarded this $7 million. It's going to be for muscle relocation and construction of the river project, as well as removal of the dams. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? Good to see this moving forward. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 6, resolution authorizing the City of Grand Rapids to request the Governor of the State of Michigan to authorize a grant in the amount of $145,534.47 to the City of Grand Rapids from the State Disaster Contingency Fund pursuant to Section 19, Act 390, Public Act of 1976, for the recovery of public damage and extraordinary expenditures from the weather events on August 24, 2023.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported, Ms. Claren.
This is exactly what it says. That we had, as you recall, we had that big weather event that happened with the tornado north of town. This was just a great opportunity where we could seek some reimbursement for the damages our city sustained.
Very good. Any questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 7, notice of intent to issue water supply system revenue bonds.
Motion? Oh,
Is that a-
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Chapman, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this is a notice of intent to issue water supply revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $41.4 million. It's not anticipated that we will need that much. We are planning to issue 2 series through the Michigan Finance Authority. The first estimated at about $15 million with potential principal forgiveness of $7.3 million. The second, about $18.5 million with principal forgiveness of just over $11 million. Both loans would go for 20 years, and we are anticipating interest rates between 2 and 2.5%. I'm happy to take any questions on the financing. If you have any questions on the projects, we've got other people here that could answer those.
Very good. Colleagues, questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Item 8, bid list resolution for May 7, 2024.
so moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Claren.
Just 12 items this morning, pretty routine.
Just.
Oh, well, you know.
Colleagues, any questions about any of these 12 items? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 9, Comptroller's warrant report for the period August 10, 2024 through April 23, 2024 in the amount of $25,619,453.51 in the monthly travel and funds report. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the period reference, we released cash payments totaling approximately $25.6 million. That amount includes just under $5.7 million for our employee payroll expense and approximately $1.1 million for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, 8,563 income tax refunds were issued, and just over 1,200 accounts payable checks and electronic payments were issued. And the tables on the following pages contain the details of all those payments that exceeded $20,000. Also, we have here our March fiscal year-to-date monthly funds report. We make this report available on our website for the public, and it just provides a high-level overview of some of the drivers behind revenues and expenses that account for the bulk of the city's financial activity. And then lastly, we also have our March fiscal year-to-date travel report, and this report is showing for the 3 quarters of the fiscal year that we've spent approximately $1.2 million on a total budget of $2.9 million, or approximately 42% of the overall budget. And that concludes our 3 reports that we have for you this morning.
Very good. Colleagues, comments, questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And our final item this morning is the Treasurer's Report for a period April 10, 2024 through April 23, 2024. Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, I just want to point out actually 2 things. One is the Treasury yield curve chart that we show on page 2. If we look at there, that's just a change from one month to the next. So the red line is actually April's, which is actually higher. And so as the economic data comes in and they say, hey, we're not going to do 6 and 7 or 8 cuts, we may do 1, that keeps those rates high. So in a normalized yield curve, you should have a lower interest rate for short-term money and a higher interest rate for long-term. So this has been inverted for quite a while. Our vision and focus is going to be watching that as those rates start to change, where that starts to normalize, because then we're going to want to try and place more of our short-term money out longer, because we want to earn that interest rate for a longer period of time. What that's going to do is set us up for weatherproofing our portfolio so that if there's future recessions in the plan for 5, 6, 7 years out, we're still going to have significant interest earnings going forward. So that's where our work will help support other departments because that means there's going to still be more money in those departments on those reserve funds. Also on our report, we have $551 million out there that's earning over 3%. It is on our report at 3.1%, but 3.01. That's what we purchased the coupon at. This portfolio is actually earning closer to 4.7% right now. So we have to give you the purchase yield because the market rate or where that 4.7, 4.8% comes in depends on market fluctuations. And we really don't want to show that. We want to show you what is our baseline. If it was at equal dollars at 100%, this is what it's going to be.
Very good. Colleagues, questions for the treasurer? Thank you for the report. With that, it will be received and filed. And with that, we will conclude fiscal committee at 8:27. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. It's approximately 8:46. We'll go ahead and jump in this morning's Community Development Committee meeting. We've got 10 items of business today, so jumping right in, item number 1 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for May 21st, 2024 to consider an obsolete property rehabilitation district pursuant to Public Act 146 of 2000 for JV Enterprise LLC at 2037 Division Avenue South. Is there a motion?
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported.
Good morning.
Mr. Closer.
First two items are related, and they are related to the property at 2037 South Division. JV Enterprises is a small development firm that's been involved in the Burton Heights Business District for some time now and has undertaken a couple projects over there and is also part of the Business Association as well as the South Division Granville Corridor Improvement Authority. So they're planning to renovate this existing building that is functionally obsolete. The construction costs are estimated at about $240,000. There are 3 tenant spaces there. 2 of them are occupied, and the third is intended to be occupied by a office user, but that will require special land use approval. The applicant is engaged with the Business Association as well as Garfield Park Neighborhoods Association and is planning to meet with them in advance of the public hearing that is requested to be scheduled today on May 21st and in advance of the application to the Planning Commission as well for that special land use approval. So the first item is a resolution scheduling the public hearing on the obsolete property rehabilitation district, and the second, the subsequent item would be scheduling a public hearing on the exemption application.
Great, thank you. Any questions, colleagues? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. And then similarly, item number 2 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for the same date to consider an application for a 10-year absolute property rehabilitation exemption certificate pursuant to PA 146 of 2000 for JV Enterprise LLC at 2037 Division Avenue South.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Any other comments, colleagues? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Thank you, Mr. Kluser. Item number 3 is a resolution setting May 21st, 2024 as the date to consider an ordinance rezoning 425 Pleasant Street Southwest and 535 Church Place Southwest from TN-LBR Traditional Neighborhood Low Density Residential Zone District to SDPRD, which is Special Districts Planned Redevelopment District, my apologies, to facilitate construction of 20 duplex units and reuse of an existing building for office and preschool uses.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Turkelson, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, so Habitat for Humanity is proposing the redevelopment of the subject property. And as stated, the proposed planned redevelopment district or the zone district would facilitate the redevelopment as suggested. Planning, or as stated, with 20 units that are in a townhome duplex style. They are ownership, so there will be a condominium association associated with this redevelopment. And then also looking at an adaptive reuse of the existing office building with a community center, office, preschool type uses. So the Planning Commission did consider the request and recommended support. You'll note that it was not necessarily, or it was not a unanimous recommendation, as one commissioner did express concern with the layout in context with a traditional urban design. However, ultimately, the Planning Commission is supportive of the proposed change, and I know that there are representatives from Habitat here this morning if the City Commission has any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions, colleagues, for Ms. Turkelson or the representatives?
What were their concerns, Ms. Turkelson,
The Planning Commission?
that the other commissioner had?
Yeah, so one of the planning commissioners expressed concerns relative to the building orientation along the west side, that there is a parking lot in front or parking area in front, and then the buildings would be behind in lieu of having the buildings directly fronting on the street and having the parking behind. However, that design was considered by Habitat as part of their community engagement sessions, and ultimately the neighborhood really felt strongly about keeping intact like this green space plaza area. Excuse me, and really felt that it was more appropriate to have the buildings adjacent to that green space that would be accessible to the neighborhood versus having a design that would, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Allergy season is starting. Having a design that would bifurcate that that plaza model that they were looking for by having the parking lot adjacent. Concerns about safety, of course, as well. And so I know the Planning Commission did wrestle with it, as you've probably noted in the minutes. Some felt more strongly than others. Ultimately, the Planning Commission felt that there was quite a bit of engagement that was done as part of this project and wanted to respect that work and agreed that this was the design that could make sense and respected the wishes of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that context. No question, just a comment. I'm happy to see some sort of preschool or childcare in scope at some point. I know that's a big need in our city right now, so excited about that. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 4 is a resolution authorizing filing of an amended petition with the Kent County Drain Commissioner to make improvements to and extend the Knapp's Corner Drain and approval of a cost-sharing agreement with the city's share of the projected costs, or the project's costs not to exceed $10 million.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported. We've got Mr. Berkman on this one.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So we've been working with the Kent County Drain Commissioner's office for some time to develop a stormwater outlet solution to the Knapp's Corner Drain District. In December of 2022, Commission approved filing the original petition for this project that sought to combine the district with the Lamberton and Leffingwell drainage districts, which would have allowed the outlet through the Kent Intermediate School District property to drain via those drains to the west, ultimately to the Grand River. The project team has since determined there's a lower cost, less impactful alternative that would involve extending a storm sewer generally north and east via 3-mile road and outletting again to the Grand River. The new project cost is estimated to be $12 million, for which the city's share per the cost-sharing agreement that's before you and as holding 83.4% of the drainage district would be $10 million. That number has been part of your ongoing budget discussions that are underway. The Drain Commissioner will issue the debt for the project, with the city making estimated annual payments of approximately $750,000 to fulfill that obligation. So seeking your approval to file this amended petition with the newly described project with the Drain Commissioner, as well as the associated cost-sharing agreement for the project.
Great, thanks. And so for this portion, this cost portion, is this originally part of the total projected cost of it, or is this kind of like an add-on based on circumstances that have arisen as we've gotten to work?
Right. So the project scope and scale has grown. We've been working on this for a number of years. Originally, it was thought to be approximately $8 million. Then when we explored this solution that involved the original petition further, that grew to be $14 million once we got further into the design and engineering estimating. And so this, albeit more than $8 million as originally thought, it is less than the $14 million expanded scope. But this is the total cost to complete the project and provide the stormwater outlet.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 5 is a resolution awarding a contract with Praise Sign Company LLC for wayfinding signage in various neighborhood lots in the amount of $78,875.47, with a total amount not to exceed $154,650.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So we've been working with Mobile GR to upgrade the wayfinding signage at various city parking lots. This would be consistent with and complement those being installed at the city parking ramps, as well as those that are being installed throughout the city by DGRI. We received 3 bids on April 4th, with the low bidder being Praise Sign Company, and that amount that was read of $78,875.47, which was well under the engineer's estimate of almost $158,000. So seeking your authorization to award the contract to Praise and authorize expenditures not to exceed $154,650 coming from the parking system fund.
Great, thanks. And not to put you on the spot, but do you have any examples of some of the lots that these will be going into? Or I guess we can tag team Ms. Casper here
To
too.
my colleague.
It will be all of our neighborhood lots that are located outside of the downtown area, West Fulton, the Crescent Heights locations, Burton Heights, the ones in Uptown and Easttown.
Great. Thanks so much. Any other questions, colleagues? All right, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. That'll bring us to item number 6, which is a resolution authorizing agreements for Grand River revitalization with Biosurvey Group LLC in the amount of $1,268,248.29 and Dunn Ecological Services LLC in the amount of $132,080 with a total amount not to exceed $1,550,000.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So together with our project partners at Grand Rapids Whitewater, we've been working with the appropriate state and federal agencies to obtain the necessary permitting approvals to relocate threatened and endangered mussel species that exist within the project limits, as well as the full permitting for the Grand River Revitalization Project. The optimal time to relocate these mussels is typically August through October, when the weather's warmer and river flows are at their lowest levels to accommodate the relocation efforts. After completing the relocation this year, if we're able to, that would allow for the possibility of 2025 to be the full in-river construction season. We issued an RFQ for a professional ecological consulting firm to assist with this relocation effort, received 3 proposals that were evaluated on a qualifications-based selection process with cost as a factor, and the team is recommending Biosurvey Group. Out of that process, they have provided the services agreement to complete the work in that amount of $1,268,248.29. Now, we also sought and obtained a proposal in the amount of $132,080 from Dunn Ecological Services to oversee this mussel relocation effort. Heidi Dunn authored the biological assessment for the project and has extensive history and background in this area of conservation of freshwater mussels, and as well as within our specific river reach. She's completed 5 surveys of the project area since 2013. So seeking your approval of these 2 agreements with authorization of total expenditures not to exceed $1,550,000. At Fiscal Committee this morning, a $7 million Michigan Enhancement Grant was accepted from the state that can be utilized towards funding this effort as well.
Good, great to hear, and happy to see some progress finally on this. So that's awesome. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 7 is a resolution awarding a contract with Basin Electric Company for filter programmable logic controller improvements at the Lake Michigan filtration plant in the amount of $1,190,971 with a total amount not to exceed $1,556,150.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
So these control the operations of the final water filters at the Lake Michigan filtration plant and are at the end of their useful life. Replacement parts are becoming increasingly difficult to find. So this project sought bids, which were received on April 4th to replace them, with Basin providing that low bid of just over $1.19 million, which was well under the engineer's estimate of $2 million. So seeking your approval of the award to Basin, the total expenditure not to exceed $1,556,150 will come from the Water System Fund.
Great, thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 8 is a resolution approving an increase to the professional services agreement with Clark Construction Company for construction of city facilities at 1500 Scribner in the amount of $30,021,478 with a total amount not to exceed $64,164,305.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So Commission has previously approved 3 bid packages through our construction manager for the project, Clark Construction, to relocate city services from 201 Market over to the 1500 Scribner location. This is the 4th and largest bid package to date, which includes selective interior demolition, concrete foundations and flat work, masonry, general trades, overhead doors and dock equipment, metal studs and drywall, elevators, fire protection, plumbing, HVAC, electrical, and the fire alarm system, to name a few. The increase to the professional service agreement with Clark is that amount that was read of just over $30 million, bringing that total not to exceed to $5.2 million roughly, with that financing coming from the Capital Improvement Fund, anticipated bond issuance, as well as ARPA funding. Wanted to also take a moment to highlight some of the work that Clark has done in terms of advancing the city's equity goals with respect to the outreach opportunities they've held, reaching out to contractors, providing plenty of advance notice on bid timeframes, breaking up the packages into sizes and scopes that are appealing to various contractors, and working with the city's list of micro-local business enterprises, enterprise contractors, as well as being intentional about finding and reaching out to minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. This bid package that's before you has a diverse contractor participation rate of 22%, which to date makes the total amount approved 12%. A couple examples of that, AMR, a WBE has partnered with R&R Mechanical and MBE, and both are on the city's MLBE list. Grand Rapids Fire Protection is also a minority-owned business and on the city's MLBE vendor list. So we also anticipate great opportunities coming with subsequent bid packages that include landscaping, painting, flooring, and cleaning to further those numbers as well. The remaining bid packages will include additional site-related work, interior finishes, elevator modernization, the salt dome, and signage, and we'll bring those back to you at a later date when ready.
Great, thanks. I appreciate the context too. I think given the size and scope of this project, it certainly provides a good opportunity to incorporate a lot of new contractors and businesses locally into the scope of things. So any questions or comments, colleagues?
I'd be interested in seeing the list of who all those contractors are.
Sure. We have that, and I can send that to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Goey, any questions?
Just to express my appreciation for your efforts in making a more inclusive contract for our vendors here in the city.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, commissioners. Hearing no other comments, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 9 is a resolution awarding a contract with Caterberg Verhage for improvements to restrooms and parking lot at Ottawa Hills Park in the amount of $718,410, with a total amount not to exceed $1,044,874.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Welcome.
A couple of years ago, we built our first universally accessible play space down at Ottawa Hills Park. It has become a very popular spot for families and kiddos. And so as a follow-up, we are building a new restroom facility and redoing the parking lot down here to make the space more accommodating for our families, not only in the Third Ward, but across the city of Grand Rapids. A portion of this new amenity is being paid for with a MD&R grant of $300,000, the remainder of which is being covered by the park's millage.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Thank you. And that'll bring us to our last item of our scheduled business, which is a resolution for renaming Fairbanks Street from Bond Avenue, proposed to be vacated, to Ionia Avenue as Corwell Drive.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So as you are aware, a public hearing was held at your last meeting considering this request from Corwell Health to rename this two-block segment of Fairbanks west of Ionia. Corwell owns properties along both sides of the segment of Fairbanks. Notices in advance of the hearing were sent out, though, to all owners and tenants of adjacent properties. You may recall that 8 people spoke in favor of or in opposition of this request at the public hearing, and there was one written comment received by the city clerk. The resolution before you provides for the approval of the renaming with an effective date of June 1st of this year. And I know representatives of Corwell are here on behalf of this item, should there be any questions.
Great, thanks. Any questions or final comments on this one, colleagues? Yes, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering, is there a precedence for this type of request? Has the city ever entertained other requests, and is there a city policy that says when these comes in, this process is being followed in order to come to some decision?
Yeah, good question. Mr. Bergman?
There is a city commission policy on renaming streets that lays out the process, and that's the process that we followed in terms of notifying the appropriate departments, giving them opportunity to review and provide any feedback, and then taking it to a public hearing, which of course was your last meeting. Ultimately, it is a city commission decision as terms of what the streets are to be named, so it's certainly within your purview and authority to make that decision, but we have followed the process as laid out in the commission policy.
Are there other streets named after corporations?
I am not aware of any myself.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We acknowledge that that is a little bit of an unusual approach, but it was very important to the city of Grand Rapids back at the time that Corwell agreed to put their headquarters there in North Monroe, and in acknowledgement of that significant investment in the city and sort of the configurations of the streets here, we were comfortable bringing it forward.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any other questions, colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? That carries. That brings us to the end of our scheduled items of business today. And then just as a reminder, we do have our committee of the whole at 9:30 this morning due to our continuation of our budget discussion. So with that said, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 9:06.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call our Committee of the Whole meeting to order. So, Commissioners, I'm going to walk through the day real quick. So I have two proclamations I'm going to kick us off with momentarily. We have a pretty large agenda before us to review a number of our CIA budgets, and then we'll go into our briefing. So, Commissioners, what I would like to do is, after we move through the budget, I'll turn it over. We'll get started on the budget briefing today. We'll see how much we can get through, and then we will break probably around 12:15 for lunch. So we are going to have lunch provided and available to us. So we'll take a break, probably about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then we'll come back together, finish up budget session. Hopefully we'll also have a little break before we start our 2 p.m. meeting. But it'll be a full day before us today as we are in the throes of the budget. So with that, I think I will come down here to recognize a number of folks who serve our community. Coming up for public service recognition. All right. Here we go. So I'm going to read this proclamation, then I'll hand it to you, and you're welcome to say a few words. So you can stand right over here by me. So whereas our citizens residing in the city of Grand Rapids are served every single day by public servants at the local government level, and these are our unsung heroes. Whereas day in and day out, they provide excellent city services as expected by our residents with efficiency and integrity. This excellent level of service provided, they are absolutely vitally important to a growing, sustainable, and resilient community, and more importantly, for the well-being of our citizens and everyone who comes to Grand Rapids as well as calls Grand Rapids home. Whereas without these public servants at every level of government, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now, therefore, I, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor of the great city of Grand Rapids, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through the 11th as Public Service Recognition Week in honor of the thousands of public servants that work for the city of Grand Rapids. As an employee, appointed, or elected official, or a board and commission member, and call upon all of our residents to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees. We hope that you recognize government employees at all levels, the federal level, state, county, and city. Signed by myself. And I appreciate everyone who put up the signs outside City Hall and the county building, encouraging people to recognize and support our public servants. There you go. Thank you.
And just briefly, I invite all of the public servants in the room today to stand so we can acknowledge you as I just briefly make a few comments in appreciation of the many contributions that you make. I recognize not everyone is able to be here because so many of our public servants are out in the community serving our great community. So a round of applause and sincere thanks for the crucial role that you all play. Thank you so much.
And right in line with recognizing, I should say, public servants, I'm also going to recognize our Municipal Clerks Week. And so, City Clerk, you want to come down here with me?
I have some of my team here.
All right. Clerks team, come on up. All right, and this proclamation reads, whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world and is the oldest among public servants. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and the agencies of government at all levels. Whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal services to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings at their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Therefore, I, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, do hereby proclaim May 5th through the 11th as Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And I proclaim that in Grand Rapids and further extend appreciation to our entire city clerk staff and to everything they do in the performance of their exemplary work to our community. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You want to say a few words?
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that the public saw the faces behind our clerk's office. I sit up here in the public face, but there's a big team that's working behind the scenes, and especially as we're getting ready for the August and November elections, that there's a team out there making sure that all the votes are counted fairly, and we make sure that we have our services provided openly to all. So just want to make sure that we're celebrating the entire clerk's office today.
Do you want to, I'm sorry, Sabrina, do you want to get a picture? Are we good?
Yeah, let's go.
Joel, get in here close. Thank you. All right, thank you. And thanks again to everyone who serves both here at the city as well as the county for their service. All right, next that will take us to our action items, Commissioners. The first resolution before us is a resolution recommending approval by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission of Social District Permit Application pursuant to Public Act 124 of 2020 for Switchback Gear Exchange, which is located on Plainfield.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, anything to add about this?
Well, just to say that's up in the Cheshire Social District.
Yeah, that's great. Second word, Commissioners, anything to add? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution recommending approval by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission of Social District Permit Application pursuant to Public Act 124 of 2020 for Wealthy Street Bakery located on Wealthy Street. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, anything to add to this item? All right, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, next we have a number of budgets related to Brownfield Authority, Smart Zone, Economic Development Corporation, and then a number of our CIAs and bids and DDA and Monroe Tifa. So we have a number of items before us. So Mr. Klooster is going to come up and do an overview on all of these items at once. And then if you have questions, I think I'll see if you have any questions for Mr. Klooster. Mr. Kelly's here as well to talk about DDA and Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. See if you have any questions, and then we'll move through the action items after the presentation. Does that work? All right. So I can hold off reading the resolution and just give Mr. Klooster the floor, correct? All right. So I'll turn it to Mr. Klooster before reading the resolution number 5.
Great, thank you. Good morning. We have 13 items for you today. 10 are related to boards that the Economic Development Department administers, and then we have 3 for Mr. Kelly and Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. We'll be very high level here. You are all engaged in the work of these boards and authorities and have seen these budgets and in fact recommended them to yourself in your service on these boards. So we have the Brownfield Authority, the Economic Development Corporation, the Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority, 6 corridor improvement authorities in the Uptown Business Improvement District, representing $33.4 million this year. And then the Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. boards of the DDA, Monroe North, Tifa, and the DID, representing $18.5 million. So just very high level what these boards are working on. For the Brownfield Authority, we are over half of the total budgets being recommended to you today are represented by the Brownfield Authority. We have 100 approaching 100 redevelopment projects that we administer on an ongoing basis. We are continuing to refine and implement the inclusion plan, driving demand for diverse subcontractors and private development projects. We're building resources for new and emerging developers, facilitating the Grand Action 2.0 transformational brownfield project, which you'll have a public hearing on this afternoon, and then implementing the changes to the legislation that were adopted last year, which we were involved in crafting. The Economic Development Corporation, in comparison, a very small budget. We do support some strategic initiatives there, also supporting Construction Allies in Action, which is working on the supply side of the diverse subcontractor industry, where the Brownfield Authority is working on the demand side. The Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority, representing $2.3 million of expenditures next year. The vast majority of that is related to our partnership with Spartan Innovations and Stark Garden. That's a $1.5 million contract each year to operate incubator and accelerator for high-tech, high-growth businesses. We're working to provide equitable access to the resources to support those businesses, with a target of 30% of companies receiving services being owned by underrepresented or underserved founders. Working in collaboration with The Right Place and others to market West Michigan as a great place to start a high technology company. That includes Tech Week, support for Tech Week, and then representation down in Austin at South by Southwest as well. And then combining all of our corridor improvement authorities and business improvement districts here, they represent a combined total of $4.1 million of expenditures. Just representing here the difference between the orange and the blue lines is really a fund balance, and so really important over the next year to have these authorities investing their resources that have been accumulated over the years and prioritizing the initiatives that are on their plate for next year within the business districts that are across all sectors, all segments of the city. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Jono. Good morning, Mayor and Commission. As Jono mentioned, I'll give you a quick overview of the Downtown Development Authority, Downtown Improvement District, and Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority. Those three budgets come to you recommended by those boards. High-level review, the DDA request is for $15.13 million, Downtown Improvement District at 1.3, and the Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority at 1.8. Do want to highlight that those funds translate into over 100 programs that are all geared toward implementing the Downtown Master Plan GR Forward. For the DDA, at a high level, a lot of work happening this year to implement capital projects that have been in the works for several years. That would include Lions Square, the Acrisure Amphitheater, the Van Andel Arena Alley, as well as our new wayfinding system. We are also going to be focused and continue to prioritize events and vibrancy through our activation efforts. Events like Relax-A-Rosa, which kicked off last week, World of Winter, and Art Prize. Also continuing our support for business and neighborhood organizations and our quality of life efforts through the Ambassador Program and our partnership with the city and county with community rebuilders and their rapid rehousing efforts. For the Monroe North TIFA, certainly some carry forward priorities related to pedestrian improvements in the dash, but 75% of the budget this year is going to be geared toward the implementation of the Canal Street Park improvements. The master plan has been developed, and we're looking forward to working with the Parks Department to bring that project to fruition. And then lastly, the Downtown Improvement District will continue enhanced maintenance and beautification in the district. That includes plantings, snow removal, the operation of the public snowmelt systems, and then the just ongoing infrastructure improvements that are required. I'm happy to take any questions. I did want to make sure I recognize Tricia Chapman from Fiscal Services for all of her help in putting these together, as well as the staff at DGRI and all the boards that we report to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will open it up to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for either Mr. Klooster or Mr. Kelly. So commissioners, any questions or comments? As Mr. Klooster said, on every single one of these boards, one of us sits around that table and we work with those appointed to those boards to bring forward the recommendations for the budgets. So those of you who serve, thank you. Some of us serve on multiple boards that are coming before us today. Any questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner?
I have a question for Mr. Klooster regarding the Smart Zone program. I understand some years ago there was also designation of a Smart Zone for Baxter Community Center link in the GOE Center. And I'm wondering that they are not part of any kind of funding, the way I see it here, $2.3 million. How do we get them to become more involved with this particular program in terms of, recruitment of high-tech companies to incubate in their particular communities, in their particular locations?
That would be a conversation to have with the Smart Zone Board and their strategic prioritization. So we are working on an ongoing basis to expand programming. We do have ongoing relationships, and so we're working with Spartan Innovations and Stark Garden specifically. That's our largest priority. They do operate incubators that are physical locations in downtown, but their services are not limited to those specific locations. So in connection with the ongoing programming with those organizations, as well as things like Tech Week GR and the Business Accelerator Fund, which is a priority of the Smart Zone to provide early stage investment in services for those companies. There are opportunities for businesses, whether they're located within the Smart Zone district or the broader community, to access those services within the Smart Zone. And the location of the satellite districts across the city results in tax capture from those properties, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the businesses have to be located at any one of those properties.
Do you have a record of the individuals or companies who have benefited from this particular programs? And are you able to show where these people are from in terms of their ethnic identity, or whether they are businesses located in any particular part of the city or anything like that? Is there some record of that? For example, I guess for my interest is like, how many of these individuals who have gone through this program have come from the Third Ward? Do you have records of that nature at all?
There is we do gather information, our partners gather information on the companies they're served, and we can share that with you.
Thank you.
Great questions. And Commissioner, we have two members around this body. Our city manager serves on Smart Zone, as well as Commissioner Sassi, so you are welcome to have additional conversations with them as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right. I'm going to move forward then as we work through these budgets, these resolutions for these budgets. I'll start with the first one, a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Next, resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Smart Zone Local Development Finance Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Economic Development Corporation. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids West Side Corridor Improvement Authority.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? We have Commissioner O'Connor who serves on that. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next we have the resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Southtown Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Michigan Street Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Second ward, Commissioners, anything to add? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for City of Grand Rapids South Division Granville Corridor Improvement Authority.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this one? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Uptown Corridor Improvement Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported, one of our oldest CIAs in the city. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids North Corridor Improvement Authority.
Moved.
All right, moved and supported. Nice to see the CIA accumulate some funds. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next that will take us to our bid, resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Uptown Business Improvement District. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Development Authority. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, that will take us to a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Improvement District. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, and our last resolution before us today, a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the City of Grand Rapids Monroe North Tax Increment Finance Authority. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any final questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, thank you, Mr. Klooster and Mr. Kelly. Appreciate you being here. So Commissioner,
Mayor?
that will...
May I make a comment for a minute? I just want to say thank you to Mr. Klooster. He has been an amazing partner for myself and for our company as he helped us process the redevelopment of the GOE Center on 818 Butterworth. So I want to thank him personally. Thank you.
Thank you. I could not agree more. We're lucky to have him and appreciate all his work. And I know many of us said this at our last meeting, but he will be missed. There you are. I had to figure out where you sat back down. So yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I think many of us share your accolades. All right, so Commissioners, that quickly took us through our action items, which is great because we have a lot of ground to cover. At our last budget session, we weren't able to get to two of the sections, and so those were shifted and are before us today. So what I would like to do is just kind of walk through a plan. I'd like to turn it over to City Manager and get through maybe the first three items, so economic prosperity and affordability, mobility, and health and environment, and then take a break for questions, if you're okay with that. And then depending on the time, we'll either move forward with the next section or we'll take a break. So we have, roughly 2 hours before we take a break for lunch. And so we should have ample time to get through these sections and have good conversation and questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to our City Manager.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. And I'm going to ask the department directors, if you're part of the first half presentation, please come to the briefing section so we don't have to wait on people to walk down. And then we're at the ready. And so also, Commissioners, thank you again for your work. Last week, as the Mayor said, we weren't able to get it all, but I did want to, before we begin, acknowledge that we did respond to some of the questions that were asked during the last work session, and we were not able to answer them all, and so you have those before you, and they will also be available to the public, and I believe our CFO has a few more questions that will have been asked and will be ready for submittal. So as the Mayor said, our hope today is to get through the balance of the briefings today, and so we will, if we are able to do that, we will not have to come back here next week at 5 p.m. We'll just be here for the public hearing at 7 p.m. So that is the goal, and the departments have been asked to to really be expedient in accelerating through the slides. And ultimately, we look forward to your vote and adoption on the 21st. Next slide. So again, consistent with our mission, values, and our priorities, today you'll hear, first of all, from our briefing on economic prosperity and affordability. We'll cover several key areas. Now, all of these sections, I gave a general overview of the highlights. Today, we'll just go in a little bit more detail. But also we'll talk about mobility, health and environment, and as the mayor said, take a break, and then we'll come back and hear from our oversight commissions for streets as well as stormwater, and then conclude with Engage and Connected. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy City Manager Kate Behrens and Assistant City Manager Doug Matthews.
Thank you, sir. So economic prosperity and affordability is the strategic plan outcome area focused on ensuring that residents, employees, and businesses all have pathways to financial growth and security here in Grand Rapids. We have an investment total of $96.1 million in this outcome area, which includes the special districts that you just heard about. So just want to focus on a few of the commission priority areas, or commission focus areas within this priority, first of which is housing and homelessness response. So that is obviously a community focus area as well, and something that you probably do some work in each of your meetings, actually. But the budget does continue to support a lot of the work that we are doing here. And I just wanted to highlight, through our community development processes and programs, we invest in projects that are not only providing additional or new housing units in the community, but we do support for programs that keep people in their existing stable housing, or avoiding eviction, for example, or providing rapid rehousing units. We also work with our community and community partners through these investments in our budget to respond to people that are living unhoused. We have, as you know, our homeless outreach team that is supported by this budget, as well as a personal property storage program that we will continue to support with this budget in partnership with Mel Trotter. We continue through investment largely of significant staff time in supporting the continuum of care in this community, and expect that work to be quite significant in fiscal year 2025 as we work through the COC on a number of systems improvements. Continuing on the theme of housing and just kind of taking a step back, this slide looks like a popcorn set of thoughts, but I did just want to provide a broad overview and reminder for the public. I know the Commission is well aware of this, of the broad array of services and programs that we provide that lead to housing stability, all consistent with some of the community priorities of moving people from housing instability to being housed by choice. So those projects, again, include a number of things, including unit generation through many of our tax incentive programs, and more flexibility with the type of housing that can be developed in Grand Rapids. You just adopted a set of zoning changes that will allow greater flexibility and hopefully unlock a little bit more housing potential throughout our neighborhoods. Different housing types that can support people aging in place, and more affordable and rental options in our single-family neighborhoods, which we hope will make a big difference. We continue to focus staff time bringing policy changes forward for the Commission as well. So you earlier approved a number of changes related to state legislation around tax incentives and incentives that are now able to support housing projects through those programs. We anticipate bringing forward a discussion about pilot and a discussion about a local land bank. So again, policy changes that continue to add to our toolkit related to housing. Finally, we have staff time continuing to be dedicated to programs that both
both provide housing, we hope, and provide some more economic opportunity for folks. So we are continuing at the staff level to focus on developing an emerging developer support program. We talked to you about this a little while ago, trying to marry together our state land bank property that has yet to be developed with a permit-ready plan set for duplexes and fourplexes where appropriate, and some technical assistance. And so that is a program that we anticipate being launched in fiscal year 25, and this budget continues to support work like that. So that ticks several boxes for us here. All right, so moving on from housing and housing response, looking at our neighborhood corridor authorities and small business support. I won't belabor this slide in particular. You just heard a presentation about the budgets of our corridor improvement authorities, but these are districts within each of our wards that have the ability to collect tax increment and can use those for activities to support and enhance their districts. Again, this budget will support staff time to support those authorities, and we intend to, in fiscal year 2025, engage with those authorities on ensuring that they are able to use their combined budgets effectively and ensure that each corridor improvement authority has the support that they need to really make a difference for the small businesses within their communities. My slides are backwards. There you go. Sorry, I was looking at my printed out slides and not the slides on the screen. So same talking points, but I'll just note here, as I talked about leaning in with our staff on ensuring the corridor improvement authorities are able to use funds effectively, that you'll see in the fiscal year 25 budget really aggressively trying to use some of the fund balance. So a lot of our authorities had been in the process of accumulating significant funds, and many are now in that position, and so really wanting to help them push funds out the door. All right, so then another focus area for the community, for the commission, for staff is EPA, economic prosperity and affordability, really from an equity standpoint. So again, want to highlight that our budget does continue our focus on economic inclusion and removal of barriers. Continued recognition that prosperity within our community is still not as widespread as we expect it to be, and as accessible as we want it to be. So the investments that are noted here are certainly not all of the equity investments. There is a more comprehensive list in the manager's cover letter to the budget that was detailed in our first presentation. But I did want to focus on a couple programs and budget investments that are closely connected to the economic outcome area. So again, we are continuing our efforts to grow demand for and capacity within our micro local businesses. So we do that both through our economic incentive program, where we work very closely with those projects and developers that are receiving tax increment benefits to ensure that they are utilizing micro local businesses within that construction project, considering how to lease space appropriately to MLBEs, perhaps in their development, and have that robust conversation, as Mr. Closter, I think, has talked about in previous presentations. That is really a program that is voluntary, but we find great success in setting expectations, what this community expects to see with development, and see a lot of our partners leaning into those efforts. We're also continuing on our own projects, our own capital spend, to ensure that we are using MLBEs, and again, that's both expanding capacity and growing demand for MLBEs within the construction industry. And Community Development Committee just had the Clark construction contract for Scribner on their agenda, and there was a significant MLBE portion of the latest bid package there. We continue to work, as I said before, on focusing on emerging developers and trying to grow that sector. So again, here's just some highlights of what we've been able to accomplish on this front over the last several years, and we did a deeper dive on this in our performance metrics. And then finally, before I turn it over to Mr. Matthews, I wanted to talk about the Third Ward Equity Fund. That is a continued investment in this fiscal year 2025 budget. We presented both to the Economic Development Project team earlier this year, sort of the areas of focus that have been established for both fiscal year 24 and anticipate to carry over into fiscal year 25. One exciting project that has already begun the process of community engagement is the idea of a Third Ward African American Cultural Tour. And that is something, again, that I know the Third Ward commissioners are excited about, that allows us to really lean into the community expertise and knowledge and excitement about both acknowledging our history and finding ways for that history and future focus to draw folks into the Third Ward, experiencing that cultural history and diversity, and also supporting local business. And I lied because I'm still going to do transformational projects, so I'm still not turning it over to Mr. Matthews. But this is a very exciting year for the city of Grand Rapids with respect to the transformation in and along the river that has been long planned for and long envisioned. And so, again, a number of images there on the page, both of civic projects that are underway with our partners at Grand Action and the CAA, but also private development that is anticipating that kind of transformation and coming alongside and doing what has long been the vision, which is transforming the city more on the whole. So leveraging that public commitment to changing the way the river relates to our downtown in particular, and turning that into also private redevelopment. So again, this budget continues our support for those projects. They are staff intensive, both from the technical standpoint of reviewing the plans, but also from the fiscal standpoint and supporting our financial support for those projects. So our role in both the soccer stadium that's anticipated and the amphitheater is to work with our partners at the county and the CAA to understand how public debt can support both of those projects, the capital costs of both of those projects. The amphitheater project in particular, we've spoken to the commission a couple times. You have approved the notice of intent for the first tranche of debt that will support construction of that project. That was, as a reminder, $20 million that will be paid for. The debt service will be paid for through DDA tax increment revenue. We anticipate bringing forward in the next month or two a second tranche of debt that would be repaid, and the debt service for that would be paid through anticipated parking revenue at the amphitheater. It includes a parking deck that has about 300 stalls, and so it's anticipated that would support the debt needed for a portion of the debt service, and we do anticipate a third notice of intent later in the year for the final sort of public debt that would be backed by a new source of revenue currently under consideration. And now I'm turning it over to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Ms. Behrens. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about special events. You know, one of the things that we noted is not in this budget is the special event sponsorship program, so we felt it was appropriate to kind of walk through what it is that we're doing with events for matters of discussion. It's worth noting that special events generally has been a high performer for the city. If you look at our community surveys, we rank in the top 10% of all peers nationally, regardless of size, and number one for cities of our size in our semi-annual survey. And I think part of that has to do with the support that we've been able to provide over time. Those generally those sponsorship set-asides have been in what we call Department 261. Those are activities, quite often interagency activities that don't fit cleanly into a single budget. Some of those examples include Art Prize, the Cultural Awards with our affinity organizations that come through that, and more recently the Special Event Sponsorship Program, which was supported by ARPA funding. Wanted to note Mobile GR and the Equity and Engagement Office both have additional sponsorship programs. One of the things we were able to do when we initiated the new sponsorship program was consolidate consideration of all of those programs into a single process, so we didn't have multiple applications, multiple processes, multiple reviews. So I wanted to kind of visually represent some of the things that have been happening in regards to special events since 2019. Of course, 2020 was a notable year. But if you look at the lines on this chart, the dotted line is the number of events that we've hosted. The orange line is the total revenue that's come back to special events. And the blue line is the total budget for the special events office. Some of the notes on there that are important, of course, COVID-19. You'll see a pretty significant dip in revenues in FY21. We had been previously supplementing special events either through the general fund or through CARES funding. Since the adoption of a new fee rate for community and for commercial events, that was adopted in 17, went into effect in 18. So if we look at this a different way, this is how the revenue breaks out for special events. That top line is the total special events budget. The bars beneath represent the revenue and the sources of revenue for special events over time. You'll note that the most substantial sources of revenue in 19 and 20 were coming both from Mobile GR and from that general fund and CARES subsidy. And we'll talk a little bit about the origins of that program here in a second. Here we'll look at what the city contributes to special events. So I mentioned in 2017 we adopted a new fee ordinance for special events. That created a community rate that offered significant discounts to community events. Those are events that are free and open to the public. And the idea at the time was that any gap in revenues was going to be made up by an increase in the fees for commercial events. In short, that didn't happen. We shored it up for those first 2 years. It didn't entirely close that gap. And as we saw additional community events come on board, that resulted in additional discounts, which quixotically then creates an additional gap between the cost of doing business and the actual revenues that come in. The last thing that I want to note here. So there's been a fair amount of discussion about the cost of events and the cost of permits for events. So we, just for an example, we pulled the history on one of our races, and we picked a race because it's something that requires a fairly substantial investment from organizers in terms of city services. If you look at this race and you look at 2017 and then you fast forward to 2024, the cost to the organizers is almost identical. Some of that dip, if you look at 22 and 23, has to do with the size of the event at the time. So police and traffic safety costs quite often are related to the number of people that are participating in a race. But those small bars at the top are the ones that reflect the actual fees that the Special Events Office is responsible for. The blue is public safety. In this case, there's no fire costs, so that's police costs. And the orange is the traffic safety costs. And I just thought that that would be helpful for you all to see and have a perspective on. So going back to 2017, the community rate was intended to serve as an ongoing sponsorship for community events. The idea being that it would avoid the need to have multiple application processes, consideration processes. It would remove a lot of the overhead, and it would provide a fairly substantial discount to community events by right as opposed to by consideration and application. Coming out of COVID, we created the sponsorship program to help get events back on their feet. That was successful. In fact, it was wildly successful if you look at the numbers. We're on track. If you go back to 2019, we're on track to increase the total number of events in the city by about 51% over that period of time. All of those require logistics support. Community events generally require more staff support because they can be new organizers. But the idea that the commercial rates were going to make up for that difference never materialized. So there's an ongoing gap in special events in terms of how we support events over time. The sponsorship program, as I mentioned, was intended to kind of make up that gap over the short term to help events recover, but we can only allocate that through the end of calendar year 24. So that's not budgeted in the FY25 budget, and would have to be considered as an additive program, which would cumulative be about $600,000 in city support to events overall if you consider the community rates as well. The only way for us to get to full cost recovery from a practical standpoint is either to remove the community rates or to double the commercial fees. Or we accept that gap as an additional contribution to those activities. So we'll move.
I was already stealing it.
We'll move on to mobility with my friend here, Ms. Kate Ernst.
Sorry about that. All right, so mobility, this is the strategic priority outcome focus of providing safe and affordable mobility options that also support our climate and equity goals. So first, focusing on one of the Commission's customer service areas or focus areas of customer service. There are additional positions in this budget for our mobility outcome area. The parking customer service representative is going to add 1 FTE to offset long-term reliance on temporary staffing, so there'll be an offsetting reduction in that part of the budget. We do think moving to an FTE both supports the level of service we've been providing for many years through that temporary staffing option, will allow us to have more stability and consistency in that level of service. This is a 24/7 dispatch operation that responds to service needs within our portfolio and ensures support for some of our safety and cleanliness goals as well. The traffic technician position supports our expanded traffic calming. We added, as you recall, speed trailers in prior budgets. We continue to have our micro-mobility options with our vendors and their need to respond to that. And we have seen a sharp increase in requests for traffic calming efforts since the pandemic. Those requests have doubled, so this will allow us to get to some of those things more quickly. Also, the sign fabricator, similar story. Both our sign portfolio and our requests for barricading have increased significantly since the pandemic. And again, this will allow us to keep pace with the level of service that is now demanded in that area. Wanted to highlight pedestrian safety. That has been a concern for the community and the commission. And so wanted to both show an example of some of the social media education campaign that we have been expanding over the last several fiscal years. So we have expanded our public safety messaging, particularly around pedestrian safety, but safety in all kinds of mobilities. Across social media platforms, we use Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. And in the full calendar year of 2023, which is the last full calendar year we've got information for, we saw 250,000 local Grand Rapids unique views across those platforms on our pedestrian messaging. And so this budget continues to allow us to push out those safety messages, which is so critical to the community. We are also investing through the capital project budget on continued pedestrian safety improvements. You'll see there both some intersections that are planned for PED flashing beacons, as well as our investment in pedestrian audible signals that help folks with different challenges in safely crossing the street. Parking is obviously a big part of the mobile GR portfolio. The parking ramps and street parking are managed in mobile GR. We had indicated in fiscal year 2024's budget presentation that we were going to be doing a little bit of a deeper dive with the Mobile GR Commission about the stability of that fund and looking at some of the impacts that had arisen during the pandemic and some of the budget choices that were made there. We really needed to take a look at that fund and how we were
both maintaining that capital asset and the operations, and what role parking rates in particular could play in providing stability there. So this slide highlights the process we went through with the Mobile GR Commission. So engaged both the commission and focus groups to get feedback on our goals of balancing our asset management with the economic development roles that parking can play, and how we set parking rates certainly can impact economic development. And as a result of that, the Mobile GR Commission adopted a framework for us called the Parking Market Competitive Framework. The main principles are here on the slide about both ensuring fiscal responsibility, being aware of where we are in the market, and so understanding market comparison both with private side parking and with our municipal counterparts, other benchmark cities. Again, as I said, being aware of the economic development impact that parking can play, particularly in some of our areas where businesses rely on our parking portfolio to have their customers have easy access, and also operational efficiency. The framework itself is in full in the budget and does kind of talk about a 5-year approach to fiscal responsibility and balancing all of those processes. As part of that process, we did ask folks for feedback on sort of rate sensitivity. So we did not, the Mobile GR Commission did not set these particular rates that are now in the budget, but we did get feedback through all of that engagement on sort of where the most sensitive parking, where folks were most sensitive to parking increases. And so we used that to put the rate package together that is in this budget. So event parking rate increases the most. That's a place where the feedback was, hey, we are well under market there right now. We think folks expect to pay for parking, and so let's get closer to market. And so that will range from $7 to $25. I didn't catch an error that Jennifer made me aware of last night. So $7 to $25 there, that will keep us slightly under market, and it will vary depending on the size of the event and the location of the event. Increased enforcement hours, so that's street parking, will increase an hour in the evening. That's sort of the second tier of sensitivity. We want to keep that street parking moving because, again, a lot of retailers appreciate that and rely on that street parking being available, and so this will allow us to respond to that interest. And then finally, the lowest increase, the most sensitivity from our focus groups was around monthly parking, understanding that we did want to kind of keep pace with COLA and keep pace with some of the costs of managing the portfolio, but keep that a relatively low increase. So that's recommended as a 2% increase in this budget, which averaged across our monthly parkers is about a $3 a month impact. So then some final investments to highlight just to round out our overall approach to mobility. This budget does continue investments in transportation demand management, including marketing for our Transportation Pass program, which was funded in the fiscal year 24 budget. We continue our contracts on micro-mobility, so continuing to support those suite of non-car options for folks. We're continuing the pilot of the car share program with this budget. Obviously continuing our partnership with the Rapid to operate the Dash, and some additional non-motorized network expansion investments there for non-motorized users, bikes, walkers, et cetera. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. Okay, so just running through health and environment. We're going to start with the sustainability component for health and environment, and that's our performance towards our renewable energy goals. Of course, we have a 100% goal. We've been able to go from 44 to 52% over the last year. That's largely a result of the projects that we've done over the last few years. That includes solar at the treatment plant. That includes the continuation of our LED lighting program, which will be complete by the end of this fiscal year, as well as combined heat and power and generation at our biodigesters at the wastewater treatment plant. Moving forward, we want to do some energy efficiency evaluation of our own buildings. That's planned, and we have funding to be able to do that. Of course, we have Butterworth in process. We're going to talk about that a little bit later in another slide. Continuing to look at other on-site solar opportunities where we have new buildings, we have roof replacements, things like that. And taking a look this year at how consumers' energies programs might compare to our current process of purchasing renewable energy credits, and whether or not that's a more competitive way if we need to close the gap between what we can generate ourselves and reaching that 100% goal. So on Butterworth, just very quickly, we issued a request for qualifications. We qualified 10 of the 16 proposing vendors. We had a follow-up conversation with them about 6 weeks ago, and they'll actually be here next week to really dig in and talk about what makes the most sense on that site based on their capabilities, based on current technologies, and based on state programs for what an RFP ought to look like. The last thing we want to do is put out an RFP that these qualified vendors can't propose to. Right now, we have 3 discrete components that we're looking at on the site. One of those is the behind-the-meter work. One of those is a community solar aspect. And then the third is in partnership with the STEAM district to see if we can effectively start to electrify that STEAM district and reduce the greenhouse gas impacts of some of these large commercial buildings downtown. So one of the big discussions has been about funding. I just wanted to give a rundown on what we're looking at in those 3 aspects and what the funding sources are right now. We did learn that the Midwest Collaborative that we're a part of did receive not full but partial funding for their application that we were a part of. We're hopeful that part of that's going to come back to us for community solar. But in addition to that, we have a fairly substantial ask in the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant program right now. There's also a program through MPSC, and then we've got some asks out on direct allocations either from the state or from the federal government. Moving on, this is a look at some of the investments that we have in parks, recreation, and forestry in the coming year. This includes some of our ongoing projects that folks have come to expect in terms of playground operations, pool operations, things like that. But it's also worth noting here that, we're making some of the biggest investments in decades in parks facilities, not just parks, but in buildings. And I think that's notable. Those are significant investments for our neighbors, for our neighborhoods, in terms of general health and wellness. So moving on to materials management, which really covers the full aspect of our waste stream. That's trash, recycling, yard waste, composting. Our agreement on waste to energy expires next year, and that's one of the big discussions at the county, is what does that look like moving forward? While there are some that have opinions about waste to energy, the fact is waste to energy is a equivalent, if not more efficient way of disposing of some of our refuse than simple landfilling. And right now, the county landfill has less than 10 years of life left in it, if not 5. So that's a critical discussion that we're a part of right now. In terms of neighborhood partnerships, we have a group, primarily West Side residents and neighborhood associations that we've been actively engaged with to talk about what levels of service look like in the future, kind of pairing that up with some of the other work that we've been doing around evaluation of rates and evaluation of our own services and what the future is going to look like in terms of materials management. Our diversion rate, if you take out yard waste, is still at 18%. That's a critical number for us that we're continuing to work to push up. Part of that is figuring out how we address organics. We're hopeful that the Sustainable Business Park would help us address that, but that's been put on the shelf, at least for now. But continuing with outreach and education as well. That brings us to this last thing, which is the countywide approach on on materials management. With the Sustainable Business Park temporarily paused, their first step they see is moving to countywide flow control. So all the municipalities are currently within what they call a flow control district. That's what requires us to move our refuse to waste to energy before anything gets diverted to the landfill. The county's now contemplating what that, bless you, what that might look like in the future, realizing that really in order to manage a growing community, that they're likely going to need to go to countywide flow control, which would bring in all of the townships to that process so that they can start to direct where that waste goes within the county. Moving on, looking at wastewater, I had sent a memo out to you in regards to the generation of RINs at the biodigester. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead on you there. There we go. That's something that we're currently working on. The way that staff has looked at it and evaluated is even if we need to staff this process, it may actually result in some savings to the city. Our concern, of course, is how that might affect the rapid, and that's part of the discussions that we're part of right now is how do we balance this to make sure that it remains part of our sustainability mix locally, knowing that transportation is our biggest contributor to greenhouse gases. Revenue continues to come in. This is kind of the first full year of revenue for the plant, and we were able to stand up phosphorus recovery this year. Now, while that's going to be a break-even business proposition, phosphorus is one of those unique things that's a truly limited resource. There's only so much of it on the earth, and our ability to keep that in productive use is an important part of the process of being a sustainable operation. Ash Lagoon remediation will start in earnest this year, so we've had to do a lot of prep work before we get there, but that's been a project long time coming. And we'll continue to monitor PFAS regulations. One of our concerns across both wastewater and materials management is what EPA regulations might look like in the future, and how we can adapt our processes to make sure that we're remaining compliant. A quick look, I wanted to share with you where we were in terms of priorities for this coming year on lead service line replacements in the water department. This is a map here, and this is our plan this year. So at your second meeting in May, we're actually going to be bringing forward an award of bid to move forward with our lead filter distribution and education campaign in the 3rd Ward. That was a process that we had to kind of take a step back, engage with the neighborhood associations and community organizations to figure out what that RFP should look like, what would be most effective in the 3rd Ward, knowing that we have funding and a process already in place for lead service lines. So that's going to be coming to you this month, I should say. And we're continuing our pace when it comes to our service line replacement program. You'll note that spike in 2023. That was a result of an additional infusion of funding. We are putting an additional $1 million in from our own operational funds to be able to maintain that pace right around $1,500 a year. But we're looking at a 15-year process to be able to get to all of those lead service lines over time. The one thing that we want to remind people is that we don't have an issue with lead in the water. And you see that at the bottom. What we're doing, besides it's now federally mandated, is that it's the right thing to do to eliminate that risk in our water system. So we're trying to be proactive and get to that as quickly as we can. Just wanted to touch very quickly on our affordability programs. This has been a matter of discussion. Our authorized funding and our distributions, there's consistently been a gap there. We're continuing to do what we can to push out that information, to work with our partners to make sure that people know that that program is available and that it's utilized. And then last, we did talk at our initial presentation about some of the equity strategies that we have in water and wastewater, specifically in creating pathways to employment. These have been successful programs for the water department and environmental services, and we're really looking to double down. Not only does it create employment opportunities, but it helps us create a pathway for hard-to-fill positions. And at that point, I believe that we're ready to start taking questions.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews, Ms. Behrens. Mayor, before we turn it over, just a point of personal privilege, I'd also like to take a moment real briefly to acknowledge Ms. Allison Sutter, who has been quite a influential contributor to our sustainability, our climate efforts, and environmental justice, as well as our strategic planning process, has really helped us over the years. And she has recently announced her decision to take some time off and spend more time with family. But I wanted to let her know how much we appreciate her work, her effort, and everything that she has done for the city to get us to this important point even today as we consider a lot of these transformational environmental investments. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm going to add my thanks to Ms. Allison Sutter. When I was first elected mayor, we had lots of goals with no plan to reach those goals. And you came on board and helped me chair some task forces and brought us to where we are today. So a lot of the great work we've been able to do, even the creation of C4, is because of a lot of your work. So thank you. You'll be missed. Yeah. All right, Commissioners, with that, I will turn to my colleagues for questions on any of the sections that we just reviewed. Commissioner, I'll start down here with Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll too add my thoughts. I met Allison when she was we were both younger when you were attorney at Warner, and I think everywhere you went, you left an indelible mark, and that is certainly true for here at the city. So thank you. I had a quick question. I know about the cycle process for the Affordable Housing Fund Board. That was one of the questions that I had. As we think about the corridor improvement authorities, yes, I was very happy to see our budget for North Corridor to continue to increase. Also, I think we've had a steady membership in all those bodies. But one of the things that our corridor is dealing with, this was from our last meeting, is that the 61st District Court has determined that their trash pickup program is no longer financially viable. But that's putting our district into a question of what do we do? What do we do for this? And I was talking to Commissioner O'Connor about this earlier today. I think everybody wants our corridors to be clean, and then people say, I'm gonna pull in the trash, but that's not really a long-term solution. And so I'd like to think about how do we find a commonality. I think we do have some corridor managers who certainly overlap in those authorities. But I think last year we talked about how could we identify more economies of scale or efficiencies in our corridor improvement authorities so we can best, sort of reduce some things in budget so that more money can continue to go directly to those business owners. So that's an example of one of those things. And I don't know if other authorities also, do that and using the dollars that they're able to bring in. So that's one question. I also think that as we talk about the support for micro-local businesses, again, there's a variety of things that have been presented, I think, to this body, to our economic development project team. But also, I think it would be good if we could do a review of the Economic Development and Mobile GR Commission work that was done 2017, 2018. I think we approved it in 2020 when I was first on commission. I think as we were talking through some of the questions that came out of the zoning considerations, I think I was telling you, I was kind of kicking myself that I didn't bring up some of that work that we had done, because I think this goes to an example of how we often are doing many things, but the things that is in front of us is often what we're talking about. It's not that we're not paying attention to, a thriving business district or what are some ways to reduce cost. And so I think that would be helpful for this body. just this one section, right? and then we'll do the second section.
Or if you have questions on all the sections that we just
got it.
reviewed, feel free to throw them out there.
And then I think the second to the last is the recruitment for some of the health and environment recreation pieces. I feel like last year we had some challenges with our lifeguards. I know we've done some review of those pieces, so just wondering how that recruitment process is going, will go. Glad to see the update about the materials management. I think I've told you, Mayor, this will be the thing that is, I think we also talked about doing a deeper review in one of our committee of the whole sessions, just because I think this was a nice overview, but probably not as full of an overview of all the considerations, and I know you're on that body. And then the last thing that I would say is, well, okay, two more things. Slide 36, implementation of the Third Ward PB project. Again, understand that this was a participatory budget and project, but we also last fall, had to work with MDHHS about the filtration program that they were rolling out in specific cities. Obviously, that was after the PB process. So I want to know, how is that coordination and connection? So obviously, we want to honor what we said we were going to do with PB. How are we managing efficiencies and things like that? And then lastly, I would absolutely agree on your comments, Mr. Matthews, about the communication and outreach as it relates to the assistance programs. I think Commissioner Knight and I had a number of those questions after the water main outage. Was that last month? 2 months ago? Was that April? Okay, I can't remember when that was. March. Oh my goodness. And so what we're doing is we've connected with Sam Bush in the Water Department, thank you, Sam, to be able to connect our neighborhood associations with Sam, with Kent County Community Action, with Gustavo's team, and I think that will help us, because I think what we found was there was a lot of unknowns and uncertainties, and so I think some of that, we're going to do that in June. So certainly think that is needed, and we should look for ways to continue some of those opportunities. Thank you.
You're welcome. All good comments. City Manager?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner, for the questions. I'll start and then ask staff to help. I just want to make sure on the Affordable Housing Fund Board, I too am able to participate on that board, and I think there's one vacancy. Is that correct, Ms. Behrens? And we will need the Appointments Committee to help us in filling that vacancy. I'm not aware of any other future one cycling off, but we can certainly go back and get that information. Regarding the district court, I think what we presented last week with their change in programming and not having, or still having alternative sentencing, but not solely focused on city corridor cleanup, did present a challenge, and we thought it was going to cost us additional budgeted funds, but I think we worked out a program, at least for the first year, that is going to be at least cost neutral. That's our hope at this point. Mr. Hurt has confirmed that. Certainly, as we continue to onboard, right now we're in the throes of a recruitment process for the economic director as well as the mobile GR director, and when we have them on board, we'll end up have an opportunity to have them take a fresh look at our economic development and mobility strategic plan, and certainly provide an update at a future CAL briefing. Same for the materials management program. I think that is our plan, probably in the month of June or July, to come back and have an update for you in depth at a future CAL briefing. And regarding the staffing for the positions in water, wastewater, on environmental health, I'll have to depend on the staff to give an update on what our experience has been, as well as the implementation of the Third Ward participatory budget process and water line issues.
Just one quick note in relation to the 61st District Court. You're referring to the CIAs that have put in cans along the road. And those are separate contracts with the 61st District. So, yeah, that remains an identified issue. It's something that presently our staff can't do, specifically because it is so time and resource intensive. So it's just a matter of partnering up with the CIAs, working with economic development, and figuring out if there are some alternatives there for other organizations that might be able to do that work. Speaking to the participatory budgeting item, we did come alongside the county when they did their program. All I will say is that they did a fairly good job of getting filters out there. However, it wasn't, having participated with that group, it wasn't as focused as we would have liked it to been. It wasn't as organized as we would have liked it to been for our residents. They had kind of a broad stroke approach to how they got that out because they were running a countywide program and they had a limited amount of time to get it out. So we don't have breakdowns on how much got distributed where. And we didn't have a whole lot of presence or activity within our neighborhoods that are the most affected. This gives us an opportunity to really focus, provide education along with the resources. And the other thing that we're doing is we're actually, through our community-based partners, we're going to be offering folks who are interested in the Third Ward an opportunity to have somebody come in and do a cursory look at their internal plumbing and say, you know, this is something that you probably want to have looked at, or this looks like it's okay. That's always been one of the gaps in how we provide water service, is we're not in control of what's behind that meter. And unless somebody takes it upon themselves to call a plumber and come do that work with the required fee for them to show up and look at it, there's a lot of folks who just don't get it done. This gives us an opportunity to be a little bit more thorough in the process, if that makes sense. Was there one more for me?
The assistance program.
In terms, and remind me specifically what it is that you were looking for in terms of the.
Sorry. The assistance program is more of a comment, is you affirming what you were saying. We need to do more to figure out how to get this information as we look at what's budgeted and what's expended.
Yes.
People are asking us that all the time. Let's not leave anything on the table.
Yep.
And so what is the barrier to the communication? Is it people are overwhelmed and they don't know? Is it, I think we found that some of our neighbors didn't know that it was the Kent County Community Action administering that program. I think Mr. Perez, who's the new director, has done an exceptional job over the last couple of years being in this new space. And for me, it was Mr. Dernberg giving some kudos to Ms. Bush for jumping into a message and being willing to be part of a conversation with Kent County Community Action.
So yes, we do try to get the information out. I think you're referring to Sam Giffel, I think.
Sorry, yes.
Yep, that's okay.
That's her old name.
So
Sorry.
we do get the information out. We do rely on KCCA to get a lot of that information out for us. But we do have all the bill inserts, the information on the billings and things like that, trying to steer people in the direction of assistance. Sometimes that's the hardest part, is understanding when you need to go ask for assistance too. We want to be there for them. So we're looking forward to those opportunities to meet with some of the community representatives.
For me, it was a kudos, and then how can we share it across? But Mayor, I had a follow-up question, So was it the Housing Fund Board? I wanted to make sure I understood the response. So I think my question was, when is the next cycle for consideration? But, so one person is not on the board, but that wouldn't prevent the work from going forward. I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the next recommendation from the Housing Fund Board? Okay. I will say a couple things in summary, then perhaps Ms. Barron can highlight more of the discussion. We recently just had a strategic discussion. Right now, the balance in the fund is currently a little over $1 million. And as you know, we're anticipating deposits from the sale of 201 Market, which has yet to actually materialize. So now the board has really been focusing on what other fund raising opportunities exist, partnering with financial institutions and other potential investments or leveraging investments, or what to do with the current balance. And those are strategic discussions that was really well facilitated within the past week that are still being contemplated. And other recommendations I know that have been made, that are discussions happening in the community regarding a millage among different community groups. While that is not, and we recognize that is ultimately something that this body or the public has to decide, I think those are also discussions that the Affordable Housing Fund Board have been asked to at least be aware of, monitor, and potentially offer some recommendations to the City Commission. Ms. Behrens?
Yeah, I would only add to that I think part of the strategic conversation about growing the fund will then allow us to have a more thorough answer to when we expect the next round. It's possible that allowing that fund to grow to a more substantial number is a strategic choice in order to draw more matching type investment. So that's the ongoing conversation with the fund board of how to best grow that fund, which will really allow it to do more and more broadly meet our Affordable Housing Fund goals. With that, I'm going to turn it over to David Marquardt to answer the question about seasonal hiring experiences.
Thanks.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you for the question on lifeguarding. We've actually been in a very unique position here in Grand Rapids in comparison to other departments across the country, in that we pay for the training for youth if they do not have that training and background. That has really eliminated some pretty significant barriers for youth in our community to participate in these really important jobs. I would say at this point in time, we're at about 85% staffed up for lifeguarding for this next season.
Great. It got hot that like Friday right before we opened, I think, or something last year. So glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll follow up, and then I saw a couple, and then Commissioner O'Connor, and I'll piggyback back and forth. Follow up on just two things, and then an additional question. So going back to corridor cleaning. Last year, we increased funding in our public works to enhance cleaning in public spaces with a focus on business corridors. Even last year, we talked about how the responsibility for enhanced cleaning in our business districts shouldn't fall solely on CIAs. I know that, we've partnered with District Court in the past, some CIAs have, but I also know that we partner with Steepletown, with Bethany on other projects as well. So I'm curious, maybe this is two-part. One, what have we explored and what is the solution if we're no longer able to contract with District Court for some of the public works services that we've used in the past? And is there an opportunity to support maybe and contract or enhance our contracts with other nonprofits in the community? And then secondly, what can we do to enhance those cleaning services in our business corridors without having to put all the impetus on our CIAs?
Yeah, to your first question, Mayor, we did add some staffing for the corridor cleaning. And as one of the slides showed that there's 25 locations that Public Works is cleaning up, maintaining every week. So they're visiting those locations, picking up trash, building relationship with folks that are actually out on the street. So that's going really well. Next step is also partnering with not only the city, but MDOT to try to work on some of those corridors and off-ramps and on-ramps. I know we've talked about that in the past, and that's an area that continues to be a challenge. In terms of the corridor, I'll let Jono speak to that, but you know that 61st used to do the uptown corridor, and since they have changed their program, I know they're looking at different opportunities. I know Commissioner Sassi mentioned that as well. That could be something to talk about in the future, especially if they have some of those budgets that were shown this morning.
One of the challenges with the corridor improvement authorities is that their revenues can't be used to do maintenance in certain instances. And so Uptown has a business improvement district and partners with the DDA for the cleanup and ambassador services in Uptown, as you're aware. Other corridors have been provided supplemental funds over the years, including Southtown and the North Quarter, and so they're using those other revenues. I think there are opportunities for sure to be a little bit creative and potentially look at legislation in the future to talk about how we address that. The corridors have made the investment to brand their districts and provide those that infrastructure that can support the cleanliness and vibrancy of their districts, and identifying creative ways to provide the maintenance services there is going to be a priority in the next year as well.
So just to clarify, the Uptown CIA funds can't, but what about the bid?
Uptown has a business improvement district, and so they fund the cleanup. Downtown has a downtown improvement district, and so they can fund the cleanup.
Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I mean, it's the same topic of trash. I guess one of the questions is, I appreciate the efforts too of having the wheeled trash cans out at bus stops and locations like that. It's a step in the right direction. Is it the most attractive thing to see a 96-gallon wheeled cart everywhere 7 days a week? No, but it's at least gives the people an opportunity to do the right thing. I guess one thing, again, with the loss of the ability to contract with the court, I'm actually, wondering about the idea of, potentially reducing the budget the court proposed slightly to help offset some of those costs so that we could do private contracting with nonprofits or city services to help offset those costs and potentially expand it to some additional bus stop locations and dash stop locations especially. I think those are some of the most problematic locations just because of the high volume of people in and out. So I just want to put that on the table that I'm open to whether that's a couple $100,000 reduction just to help offset some of those costs so that we can actually continue those services without seeing a gap and an interruption. And I guess also then kind of on the topic of the dash, I've been a big supporter of seeing and appreciative of the dash expansion with a $3.2 million budget. I'm wondering about, as we go forward, hoping to see the dash extended to some other corridors and other districts, the long-term sustainability of that program, and if we've considered some sort of maybe nominal fee for dash users. I think if you pay to park in a dash lot, riding the dash bus should be part of your parking fee, but if you're going to be a dash user that just hops on and hops off, going from establishment to establishment or traveling, is there just a nominal offset fee we could start charging to help provide some sustainability to that program in hopes that we can expand it in the future?
So I'll follow up on that. One, it would be helpful to know knowing that we have had some changes with district court, what would it cost if we wanted to add dollars to enhance cleaning in our business corridors? So I don't know if, James, you can think through what that would cost and look like and what options are, whether it's contractually.
Two-part on that too, not just the trash service, but to James's, Mr. Hurt's point about the highway off-ramps and that, expanding those services. If we've been talking about this with MDOT for God knows how long. I mean, I'm not expecting MDOT to come in like Superman here and save the day. I think we're going to have to solve the problem ourselves if we're going to actually address it. So,
well, what some other cities have done is they basically, the city will get approval and they'll just take over maintenance of those spaces. And obviously, MDOT usually says thanks. So maybe, James, if you could work with city manager and help us understand what that would look like and how much it would cost. And then the comment about the rapid, there's the dash, we would have to have conversations with rapid. DGRI pays into that, obviously mobile GR, so that's probably a larger conversation and a policy discussion, less of a budget discussion. But we can follow up on that as well. So I'll go down here to Commissioner Robbins and then back over here to Commissioner Knight.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for this follow-up presentation. Just wanted to add my thoughts on the dash as well. I think I've been a huge supporter of it. I think that was a huge win for our community to have the routes changed to be more efficient, just giving more people access to utilizing that service that we provide. I do think it would be worth, and regardless of what the scale of that conversation is, whether it's budgetary or more of a policy with some of the same partners in that space, just kind of now having it for a few years, understanding what the need was or what the goal was in terms of usership behind that program, and then also kind of looking at the outcomes of who's using it, who's finding it effective, just to make sure that it's a service that's being provided to a wealth of different types of people, whether you're visitors from outside of town, from neighborhoods, downtown commuters, and things of that nature too. So whatever that conversation looks like or when it can happen, I would be in full support as well, just to make sure that we are having as much efficiency and ridership as possible. And then just wanted to also just extend my excitement about some of the investments we're making in pedestrian and vehicle safety with the increased flashing beacons. I know there's a couple parts in the first ward that are receiving those in the near future that have been big safety issues for a while, and a lot of residents and business quarters are very excited about that. So I know I mentioned back during our conversation with about working with the state to garner additional funding to kind of augment some of our initiatives in that space as well. Just excited to see that moving forward, and any sort of additional resources we can put in that space too, I think is really important to a lot of people. So,
All right, thank you. Commissioner Knight?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to add to the whole transportation conversation, I had a brief conversation with Ms. Casper this morning, but have been talking with someone from Clean Fuels Michigan that has really been trying to connect with our community around grants that can help support some of that funding that may be needed to expand our dash or things around environmental justice in our community. So hopefully we'll be able to, I believe our grants person is checking into some of that. So there's some great opportunities there for us. Just going back a few comments to the beginning, slide 9, I think this kind of just plays into some of the conversation that we had last week, talking about working with these different, the different departments, and some of the departments doing the same things that are overlapping, and how can we bring some of that together, but also staffing being just a main pain point throughout all of this this budget cycle. Looking at the Grow 1000 Summer Youth Program, that program is, I believe, supported through Our Community's Children, which supports a number of the youth programs throughout the city. But even looking at some of that staffing support, because I know that a lot of that department operates off of grants, but in order to continue to run these programs, we have to make sure that they're sustainable. And if they continue to have staff turnover because they don't have the funding to be sustainable, we can't keep running these programs. It's just, it's almost impossible to do. It's squeezing that turnip there once again. And also just kind of interested in the economic prosperity and affordability, even with special events, like how much are we looking at the funding that is going into doing all of these events and bringing these events to our community is bringing vitality and the art, and it helps to help people with their mental health and just the joy that we have within our community. But also, how are we funding all of these different things if we're giving more to one that's just a one-time offering during the year, as opposed to things that are going on continually, and then looking at smaller organizations that are doing events, how are we helping to sustain them moving forward? Is it just these one-time grants that we keep putting off and then building them up to think that they're going to have the support to do this work? Or how are we just looking at long-term sustainability through all of the arts initiatives within our community? When I think about I was looking at the budgets that we are proposing or that we voted on for the DDA through downtown, how much money we're giving them, but going and not stepping on my third ward commissioner's toes, but then looking at how much money that we're investing in our third ward, it's a drop in the bucket. And to think about if we step back a little bit and invested a little bit more into those areas, how much more vitality we could have in our communities. Because it's not just a hub, it's a city. And we keep pouring money into specific spaces, I feel like, and then just throwing crumbs to the outlying communities. How much more revitalized could our community be if we look at that a little bit differently and think about, as we're talking about shifting money from one area to help with the cleanup in more of our downtown area? Well, what about these other areas? Where can we shift some funding to help support those areas to build that up? Because if we don't, eventually the tables are going to turn, and then all we have is our outlying communities, and what do we have downtown? I struggle with that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your comments, although we do have legal parameters on where we can spend money that's captured in CIAs and TIF districts. So, we are bound by some legal parameters on moving money from one corridor to the next if it's captured in that corridor. That's the essence of the language, that we're bound by. With that being said, I think my whole point, and I think my colleagues brought it up as well, we should be providing certain services in our neighborhood business districts, regardless of whether there's a CIA or not, or they have the funds to support it or not. So, to me, if we've heard loud and clear in our business districts and our corridors, they want enhanced cleaning and attention, and, you shouldn't have to have a bid in that district in order to be able to have those services available.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's where we can identify what can we invest. And I think Commissioner O'Connor's idea of, let's look at how much that would cost, and let's take that on for the city, especially for those districts that don't have a bid and have those dollars that they capture, or that they do a special assessment, right? Downtown, every property owner downtown pays into a special assessment to provide those services, along with snow melt and other services. So they're taking on and paying additional money to pool that money to provide certain beautification within that district. So I think there's ways that we can support that in districts that don't have a DID or a bid.
Absolutely. And I hear what you're saying. It's when we don't have the business in the area to collect the special assessment, then it's that constant cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right?
I hear you. I think it's a good point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. What else? Just interested, I know I got some comments from some residents about the parking rate increases. And I know, as things grow, we have to grow, the economy grows, those types of things. But I feel like it puts even more of a strain on bringing people into downtown, but then your parking is so high. It's almost impossible. Like, people don't want to stay, right? And how do we work through that? Like, even that's increasing, but then, the Motu app that you use now increased, right? So that ticket went from 20 to 30, from 30 to 40 in certain areas. And I don't know how we figure that out, but I've gotten a lot of messages lately about those increases. And people are really concerned about that piece, especially, and these are from business owners.
Yeah, I think many of us have heard concerns about that. Yeah. Did you have other questions, or you want me to have staff start responding?
I can go ahead. Respond away.
Yeah. Okay. City Manager, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Behrens or Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Regarding the last one, I want to kind of reemphasize, I think, what we shared during both the mid-year update as well as recently in the budget presentation around the sustainability of parking operations. Sorry, I'm a little parched. And part of the analysis for rate increases is the comparison of our rates to other markets, other providers. And locally, the city is still well below for special event parking, well below what we're seeing in terms of other parking providers, and particularly when we also compared our rates throughout some of the other urban communities that have special events. I think it was pretty competitive, and acknowledged that we could even be more competitive. So it's not that we're not doing this without mindfulness of both what's needed to sustain operations, to make sure the ramps are updated, make sure they're clean, make sure they're safe, but also to make sure that we're competitive and doing so in a reasonable way, that we're not overburdening people who are utilizing those special events. And I believe this was the recommendation from the Mobile GR Commission, to look at increasing the competitiveness of our special event parking rates. With regard to the monthly parking, I think Ms. Behrens indicated that 2% is well below the cost of living increase. And while I certainly think we should do all we can with maintaining our competitiveness for businesses who are trying to lure employees to come back to downtown, knowing that this is certainly an issue. This would not have been in my budget recommendation absent a discussion from the Mobile GR Commission. So I want to be clear that I just didn't think about what I should do to increase the cost of parking for monthly parkers. This was something that had been discussed in detail at the Mobile GR Commission, and I'll have the staff clarify if there's anything that needs additional amplification.
I would just add to that as Jennifer's coming on. We do work quite a bit with current office tenants downtown and office owners downtown to think differently as folks have moved to more of a hybrid work environment, to have a different approach as well for their parking for their employees. So we do offer that, and I know that the former director started a process of meeting with the chamber, I think quarterly, to let them know of all the various ways we can help folks leverage parking, particularly as they're thinking about the sensitivity of getting people downtown. So in addition to what the manager said about how we tested rate sensitivity, and certainly acknowledged monthly parking was the most sensitive to raise, and so it is doing the least amount of work in terms of getting us to a fiscal sustainability standpoint. That is really happening at the event parking rate level and some of the street parking things we're looking at. We do really want to get the message out there that if you're currently suffering from office parking and would like to look at some more creative ways to do that, that is a service we provide. Go ahead, Jennifer, sorry.
I did just want to also add that the monthly parking rate has not been increased since 2016. So we have not kept up with CPI for that particular facet of the budget. So this would be the first time that we would have increased the monthly parking rate, and it is only by 2% in 8 years.
Yep. And one other thing I would add, the other recommendation that came forth for me to consider was not only increasing the expansion of the meter parking by 1 hour during the week, but also to start meter parking on the weekends. And while there are some other community that was doing that, I did not move that recommendation forward. So I want to assure you and the many others that these recommendations regarding parking were not taken lightly and were very, very weighed heavily and vetted. And I agree. I don't want people to have to experience more cost than necessary just to come down to our business districts and downtown.
Yeah, and I think, I know, Commissioner Robbins, you serve on Mobile GR Commission, but I thinking holistically, and I feel like we've been talking about parking for well over a decade, and it does, the issues ebb and flow. But what I appreciate is that today, unlike in 2016, the last time we raised parking rates, we've invested a lot into other micromobility and other options. So the work that we did on the dash lot, we now have a Laker line. People can park at one of the parking rides, either at the Silver Line or the Laker Line at no cost, and come into city, but also go into a number of business districts. And then the options for micromobility, which captures a pretty significant portion of the city. And so again, it's not perfect. We're going to continue to try to create options for people that meet their needs and that they can afford. But it is always a balance of how do you kind of balance out both the parking needs, parking costs. Parking ramps are very expensive, as we all know, expensive to build, very expensive to maintain. And so finding that balance, I think, is always the challenge. And it's never going to make people happy. No one wants to pay for parking, but we're a big city, and it's just the reality of big cities, right? Commissioner?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, City Manager. For the context, I just wanted to jump into, as Mayor mentioned, I do serve on this body. We had a lot of extensive conversations around parking affordability and pricing and the strategy behind that. months and months ago, even spanning towards last summer and fall. I think it's one of those things where unless it's free, it's always going to be too expensive for people. Or if you approach any person on the street and ask them if they think parking's too expensive, I think most people are just going to say yes because there's no context around that. But I think it is interesting to look at our competitiveness with other municipalities, both locally and others of similar size and scope around the country. As was mentioned too, there's a couple of our forms of parking, the event parking it's half of what many other people pay in other cities. So I do think that there's a lot of room for communication around the decisions behind that being made, but I did just want to support city manager's proposition in this budget and where those numbers came from, and that he wasn't just making them up just for the sake of solely looking at financial feasibility with this program. With that said, I do think, and I know we do have representation from the chamber on that body, but I do think it would be, it's another area of mine that I intentionally want to keep engaging with the businesses, because I think the vast majority of people who sit on that body don't necessarily own a business and don't always understand the full implications of how parking can impact businesses. So all that to say, hopefully that provides some additional context around what's being proposed here, and the conversation won't stop here too. So thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. So I'll get to Commissioner Goy in just 1 second. I want to follow up on one other comment that Commissioner Knight had about events. And I'm curious, I'm curious about the changes with the event department and budget. What is that? How is it actually going to impact people who want to do events in our community? So I've always said that you shouldn't have to have a significant amount of money in order to do an event in our city, that the process should be streamlined. It should be as affordable as possible for anyone, regardless of their pocketbook. And so I'm curious, what is it actually going to look like for an individual who wants to plan an event next year, and how is it going to be different than how it was last year?
Well, it depends on whether or not you've applied for the sponsorship program. So that's really the conundrum right now, is that we effectively created a sponsorship program, which was the discount program for community events. And then we added another sponsorship program, which helped buy down the event costs for organizers. The special event fees generally are very low compared to what the other costs might be for offering an event. And I think that's one of the challenges that we have, is that event organizers are feeling squeezed by just general inflation, the cost of everything it requires to do a special event. And then they're looking at those fees as one of those malleable items. And from a policy standpoint, we've got to make a determination of what is our contribution to that difference. We made effectively anywhere from a 25 to a 50% discount on the special event fees. We don't have that flexibility on two of the other big cost drivers, which are traffic safety and public safety. So there's only so much more that we can squeeze on the city side from an affordability standpoint, outside of putting additional cash into the bucket to buy down the costs that aren't city fees. So it's kind of a long answer to a short question. I'm not quite sure that
Mayor,
that's what you're looking for.
are you, in addition to the fees, and just for clarity, so special event fees for 25 are staying the same as 24? They're not increasing?
Yeah, special event fees are the same in 25 as they were in 2017.
But in addition to the fees, are you referring to the staffing that we added some time ago to the special events office? It was just a conversion of part-time staff to full-time staff. I don't think it added a lot of capacity. Is that?
Well, we converted one part-time to full-time, and then we added an additional staff member. And if you look, clearly I can get into the charts and numbers, but if you look at the numbers, that really was driven by the increase in the number of events, because a lot of those events have rentals, they have support needs, and we only had one person that was providing that on-site support, the delivery of the showmobile, tables, tents. So we added a full-time person there simply because of the overtime load we were placing on one individual to be able to support that.
I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe I need to be more clear. I look at all these slides related to special events, and ultimately, I just want to know the person who is planning an event after we pass this budget.
Yes.
Is there anything that is going to be different for them about their experience or cost after this budget is passed versus in the past? Like, I want to know the difference for the person. Our city is vibrant because people step up and they coordinate events for people to come together and connect. I think it's absolutely critical for placemaking, both downtown and in all of our neighborhoods. And I want to just know, what is the actual impact of what's before us in this budget for someone planning an event? I don't need the whole background on internal operations. I really want to know, what does it look like to the customer?
And Ms. Pittman is right behind you.
Yeah, well.
So maybe Ms. Pittman can just come and reassure me that I'm not voting on something that's going to make it dramatically more difficult or costly for someone to have an event anywhere in our community. I guess that's ultimately what I want to know.
Right. So with the proposed budget, the fees would remain the same. So what someone is paying right now to do or host an event, it would remain the same. The only question that we have is the special event sponsorship, which was funded by ARPA dollars, and those are coming to a close.
So there will still be an opportunity for sponsorship, just not as large of a pot?
That is the question that I believe is before the commissioner.
Am I the only one confused about this?
Mayor, can I?
I'm just a little confused.
It costs a lot to put on an event.
Yeah.
Especially even if you're a smaller organization, you're not a nonprofit organization, so you can't go out and get grants or get money from other people to help support your organization. So it is difficult if you're a small org, a small little group that wants to just put on something fun for the neighborhood. The cost of rental, and it's not always police. That is not, because we don't have police at our events. So that's not a part of our costs. And so those costs vary, and it's expensive. Now, before the Office of Special Events started offering money, you could apply for a grant through the Neighborhood Match Fund.
Right.
But you're not always guaranteed to get that money. And so if you don't get 1,000 or 800, even if you get 900, to rent the space at MLK Park, it's like $900. So if you're a small group, and say you apply for Neighborhood Match Fund and you get $800. Well, you didn't even pay for the permit to get the park. And then there's the insurance, and it's all the other fees there on top of that. So I agree with the funding, the extra funding that has come from the ARPA dollars to help support even more, but it's how is that money being designated to what organizations? Who's making that call on who gets what? And when to support it. But it is not easy for a small or large organization to do an event unless you get extra support from somebody else. And if you're not a nonprofit, where are you getting that money?
Okay.
Mayor?
Thanks.
I think the question Ms. Pittman is referring to is on slide 19, and it's either we are presented with the option, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding this, to either eliminate the community event rates that have made hosting events in our city more affordable, particularly for those smaller organizations, or significantly increase commercial event permits rates, or I heard Mr. Matthews say earlier, or accept the gap. So I'm kind of in line with your thinking of, I don't feel like I received enough information today to have a sense of which is best for us. Who would each of these options impact, in what way, to what extent? I don't think that's been very clear, and I would like to hear more about that to the point that you're making. And then you mentioned that we can't squeeze the police and traffic safety costs. I would like to understand what that means. Are we fully passing on the cost of each of those items to community events? We talked about those budgets last week. So I have a lot of more questions on this item like you do, of like what will the impact be in practice? But I need a little bit more background and contextual information on each of our options, which I think there's two on the screen, and the third one is just accept the gap that I think I heard you say verbally.
Right. Well, a couple of things. One, As you can see from the revenue breakdown, there's a lot of different departments that are involved. It's worth noting, park rentals are a park fee and not a special events fee. So that's the park rental fee. That's something that's established within the Parks Department. That doesn't come back to special events. Same thing with police, same thing with fire, if they're doing tents, fire permits, things like that. Just to clarify in terms of what cost recovery looks like, if we wanted to get to cost recovery, when I say elimination of the community rate, that means community rate goes back to the commercial rate. It actually goes up. And that's just strictly looking at it from a revenue standpoint. How do you close that gap? To answer your question very directly, Mayor, and I think this is what Commissioner Knight was referencing, is approving the budget as it is eliminates the sponsorship program, which buys down the other costs that are associated with smaller people that are offering events. Those may be city costs, those may be other rental costs, things that are not associated with the city. And that's really the crux of the conversation today is, do we carry forward an additional sponsorship effectively in addition to the community rates that were established in 2017? So you have by right discounts through the community rate, and then you have an additional contribution from the city, which ultimately would have to come out of the general fund, effective calendar year 25, that buys it down even further. That's the choice.
Did you have a follow-up question, Commissioner?
Sure, yeah, just I want to reiterate my point around, I still don't think there's enough contextual information specifically. If we eliminate that community rate and it went back to the regular rate, I understand that. Who would that impact? To what extent? I think that information would be helpful to have as part of a follow-up from today's discussion.
Yeah, and I think the other follow-up potentially is looking at park fees to make sure that those also are not preventing individuals from.
Right. And the other fees that you mentioned in other departments, I think would be helpful to understand how they could contribute or not contribute, because some are optional, I imagine some might not be.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it might all go to different departments, but it's all a part of the Office of Special Events.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So Mayor, we can certainly follow up and get information back, but just for clarification, the budget recommendation is not to eliminate the community rate. It stays in place.
Right.
That's what's in the proposed budget.
Yeah, I recognize that's what's in the budget is to maintain the two rates. You know, for me, I was I really want to know what does it look like to individuals planning events and to the customer. And how do we make sure that we're continuing to support that within the community? So
We have a lot of that data. I figured 4 or 5 charts was going to be sufficient for the discussion today, but there's additional information that we can provide you all with in fairly short order.
Yeah, I did. Okay. Commissioner Goy?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Ms. Behrens and Mr. Matthews for their work on this project. On this report, I want to go back to slide 9 and just ask, and I want to thank Commissioner Knight. I appreciate the fact that even though we have 3 wards, we are still one city.
That's it.
And so I thank you for your comments. I look at this in terms of when I see the Office of Equity and Engagement, you have one business manager for $115,974. It seems to me that certainly is a very, it's not staffed very much for the kind of work that is necessary for this city. For example, as I've been walking and talking to the constituents of the 3rd Ward, there seems to be a lot of opportunities for development. And, my suggestion would be that maybe in the 33 hires, I don't know where they're all going to be hired to what department, but at least that the Office of Equity and Engagement gets some of those hires. maybe one or two people, and have them designated for doing the R&D, research and development, specifically targeting towards the opportunities that are part or is in the third ward. I think it's critically important that we begin to look at the third ward not as a, oh, it's there, but we're not going to really focus on that because we have more important things to do in other parts of the city. And maybe is there an opportunity when hiring that person to be that special advocate for the third ward developments, maybe provide some seed money for, maybe a $250,000 seed money for the R&D work that needs to be done in the third ward. I'm really excited about the possibilities. That's listed there too. The Emerging Developer Program, I think it's great. I think it's something that really needs to have someone spend their time on. I don't think our neighborhood associations have the time to do all that. I don't think the people who are committed to the third ward and have their full-time jobs can do all that. So I would suggest that we think about adding to the staffing and giving some seed money for the research and development for the third ward. And then I want to also ask the question on slide 10, when you say 35 inclusion plans submitted since January 2021, how many other plans did not include an inclusion plan in those 4 years?
Okay.
Then on page, on slide 11, I like the third ward equity fund. I keep saying it's not enough, and we need more to, to continue to bring equity to the third ward. But I want to highlight the fact of the youth programming. I remember sitting in on the Kids Speak conference, and a lot of the conversations and presentations made by the students was regarding increasing youth activities. I know one of the programs that I'm working on in the third ward with a retired professor from Calvin University who did a program called Mathletes, where, not every child, is interested in athletics. Not to minimize the impact that has, but they're also more interested in other things. And Mathletes is one of those programs that we're trying to look at and see if we can include that as part of our youth activities and programming for the third ward. So, even that, is there ways in which we can, based on the comments made by the students at Kids Speak, can we find ways to even increase the funding for those kinds of programming? And then on slide 13, the transformational projects, and I see what they are, and I guess at some point in time, I'm wondering how we can get those transformational projects into the third ward itself. So just some comments and just some reflection on how, how we can maybe redistribute some of the resources or some of the budgeted amounts for the restoration and renovation of the third ward. As I looked at the history of the third ward, it was at one time a very vibrant, very inclusive community before either by around the early 1960s or late 1950s, we began to see that deterioration to where we are now struggling, where 25% of our residents are living in poverty. So my plea is for somehow, I don't know how you're going to do it, but somehow that more dollars are going to be utilized to bring equity to the third ward. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. City Manager?
Thank you.
Do you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Goey. Not sure we have answers to all of the points that were raised today, but we certainly can get it. But regarding I'll begin with the Equity Office. That's an interesting observation because we do have, as you noted, a staff person devoted specifically to river equity in ensuring that people of color, because the river is connected in First, Second Ward, that the river is something for everyone, river for all, and focus on getting other people engaged in the community throughout our entire community in equitable opportunities and people who are not included. And so that position specifically had focus on some of the river redevelopment projects. So as we speak about the resourcing in the equity office, I think we have one position that will have a grant expiration before the end of the fiscal year. And so the plan was, we are now piloting the oversight of the equity office with the OPA office. Mr. Davis is the interim director. The plan was to if we continue this, if we fix the pilot permanently, that would leave one position that is currently vacant, the previous chief equity officer. And we could potentially reallocate that position, one, to ensure that we don't lose the equity analyst whose position expires before the end of this fiscal year, and two, we could potentially look at leveraging whatever funding we have from that in other ways to support some of the work in the Third Ward and throughout the other parts of the city where there's equity. But the initial goal is to sustain the staffing levels now. We did not bring a position add. I did not have a position add as part of the budget, trying to create efficiencies within the department. Mr. Davis, do you have anything else to add to that? Okay.
Yeah, and City Manager, we should also add, though, related to the work with the River for All and the trail, we are working really hard to invest in the Oxford Trail that goes all the way into the Third Ward and connects. So there is, again, it's hard when we're looking at different aspects, but we are being extremely intentional with the work we're doing, both for the river restoration and the trail, to not only create opportunities for entrepreneurs of color and businesses of color to be a part of that, but also to connect those trails to the larger trail system. And some good work is happening in that space. So, and significant millions of dollars of investment into the Oxford Trail going out into Third Ward.
Yeah, and I'm not making my comments based on a criticism of our city not trying to do that. But I also know that in conversations with the residents in the Third Ward, that the 25% who are living in poverty don't care about that. They want to get their lives up there, and what are we doing to help lift up their quality of life so that they can participate in the trails and in the river restoration project. So, thank you.
Yeah, to me, Commissioner, it's always an and, right? How do we invest in those public spaces that I believe, whether it's MLK Park neighborhood, I've said it for years, every single person that lives in that neighborhood, they deserve to live next to a beautiful park and have access to an amazing lodge with tons of opportunity, as well as how do we support what we have influence over through our economic development department, supporting small businesses, our equity office. How do we continue to use leverage to support creating more economic opportunity in every neighborhood, particularly in our neighborhoods of focus, several of them being in the Third Ward. So I think you're right. To me, it's always a and, not an or. To have a great city, we need to be focused on all of these aspects of prosperity and opportunity. So, yeah.
In addition to your response, I'll have to get more information specifically on the inclusion plan.
I have that information.
Okay. And we'll defer to Ms. Behrens on that. The increasing in the youth activities, I know that is part of the Third Ward equity plan, one of the focuses in that, but we also, during our current youth programming, also are very mindful of the participation of the youth and where they participate from. And even with the Grow 1000, I think we break down the participants by ethnicity as well as geographically by ward participation. Is that correct, Ms. Harris? She's nodding. So we'll make sure we get that information to you. Ms. Behrens?
Just a quick answer, because it is the data point that we can knock out here. The 35 inclusion plan reference, that is actually all of the projects that have been incentivized through our program since we originally adopted those goals. So all of them have submitted an inclusion plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Perdue?
Yeah, thank you. Great discussion this morning. Lots of great questions. One question or topic area that I don't think has come back up is on slide 32, the proposed increase in cart tipping fees. So a lot of the proposed increases that have come before us or that have been proposed have been in that 2%, 3%, 4% range, if I'm recalling correctly. And according to this slide, we're looking at a 10% increase. So that seems pretty steep, particularly when we think about overall cost of living, trends, things like that. So curious to hear a little bit more about the methodology behind getting to this number, and if we feel like that is a good time to increase at that rate.
But before I defer to Mr. Gorney, this is one of those areas where, similar as you heard with parking, as you heard with special events, that we hadn't done a real examination of our fees relative to the cost of doing business in a number of years. And what's proposed here is reflective of what's come out of our rate study. That's one of the things that we're going to be discussing probably in June. But I'll let Mr. Gorney talk a little bit more about the operational side of things.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. We have not had an increase, in tipping fees in over 3 years. So that's part of the reason behind the increase. When we are working with our consultant right now, we're looking at, there were several different methods and several different proposals that came before us as far as what the increase would look like. This one seemed to be the most reasonable. One of the other options that we looked at that we are interested in is more of a ready-to-serve type of fee, similar to what would be in a utility type structure, so water or wastewater. And the thought behind that is that when we are, thank you. When we are driving down the street, we have what's called a presentment rate, so 50% is our presentment rate, meaning only half of our customers present their carts for tipping, but it still costs us the same amount of money as far as labor and equipment to drive down the street. So that's part of the idea behind the rate increase. Secondly, when we started down the road of the rate study, we were still working with the county and looking at the sustainable business park. So that was part of the original thought process behind that as well. We are expecting that fees will increase in the future as far as tipping fees at the waste energy and the material resource recovery center, and then also at the county's landfill. So there are several different ideas on why we looked at that. Overall, our CART program that we have, our pay-as-you-throw system, based on comments from our consultant, is, if not the most equitable, one of the most equitable systems in the country, even with the proposed increases that we have before you.
Thank you. We had a conversation towards the beginning of the presentation around increased cleaning in our business districts, right? And how do we support that and find dollars to support that? So as we think about really our residents, right? And Commissioner Goy just cited some facts about the economic hardship that folks in the third ward and really throughout the city, you think about our neighborhoods of focus, this is a significant portion of our city, half of our city between, working and their wages and the cost of living, don't have enough to save for a rainy day. And so I think about the approach to supporting business districts and businesses with cleaning efforts and kind of our approach to residents. And I have I appreciate the explanation of how we got here. And I know we have to make hard decisions and think about how do we have the best approach given, finite resources, but kind of have some discomfort with such a steep rate hike. So if this were to, if this proposed rate were to pass, how soon would it go into effect? Because I heard Mr. Matthews say that we're going to get more information about the rate study in June after we vote on the budget.
At this point in time, we'd be looking at the beginning of the fiscal year, so July 1.
Thank you.
And I anticipate, so first off, I want to thank both Mr. Gorney and Mr. James Hurt, who've been working really closely with the county on this issue. And I anticipate with some of the changes happening overall with the county, as they look to what's next steps for the Sustainable Business Park as well as waste to energy, I anticipate in the next 3 to 5 years, countywide, there will be significant changes, and we'll have to make some significant changes in here at the city and how we do materials management, because a lot of that has been put off for a whole host of reasons at the county. It's kind of postponed, but it's still coming. There's just a lot of work to be done at the county level to get us there. So I anticipate that this is we'll continue with how we're doing refuse right now, but in the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have to make some significant changes. You all will have to make some significant changes to how we do business when it comes to materials management. With that, I see head shaking. Is that an accurate statement, or at least your perception based on current conversations with the county?
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
Okay. Commissioner?
Just a follow-up question. This is the first time in 3 years that you say that the rates have been increased?
That is correct.
Has the city operated at a loss in those last 3 years?
We have not. But in order to be sustainable going forward, we need to implement this increase and then think about increases incrementally over the next few years.
Is it possible, or is it necessary to have this big a leap when you have not operated at a loss and then all of a sudden go to 10%? Because that certainly is quite high in terms of cost of living. Is there a more incremental way to get to and still protect, the ability to operate it without a loss?
Mayor, if I could, this is where percentages are a little both telling but also sometimes shocking, and probably could have done a better job in laying out the actual impact of, for example, the 32-gallon cart. We're talking about a 35 cents per tip increase, or the actual increase on the yard bag of 25 cents per bag. Now, every penny certainly matters, but it is the base amount is not like it's 10%, $400 or $500 on a utility bill or something of that nature. So I think we can lay out the actual impact to the proposals, and then I think what will be helpful, as the mayor said earlier, with these long-term projects around sustainability, future waste to energy, whether or not how we're going to haul in our cities and not have multiple trucks, multiple vendors run up and down the same street, tear streets up. Whether or not the future increases long-term, we can be more strategic about the next 5 years and whether or not we need to make those increases. But I think if you look at the actual impact, the percentages make the actual change certainly more pronounced than what the actual dollar amount is.
Yeah, I understand. I can understand it, but can you also then project what the average cost per year would be for a family? Mm-hmm. Because it may only be 35 cents, or that you say now per tip, but what does that mean for a family that is living from paycheck to paycheck and things like that?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that based on our customer base. We can come back with that information.
Yeah, thank you.
Manager, I'd also like to note, just from a point of perspective, if you look at CPI from 2020 to 2024, it's about 20%, which is the same period of time since we last revisited the rates. So the 10% looks large. It's about half what CPI was, and we haven't been adjusting year over year to be able to make sure that we're maintaining our balances and our costs.
So Commissioner O'Connor has a comment, and then Ms. Claren, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and let you know, next Tuesday, I'll be giving a brief PowerPoint on the revenue omnibus and the rates involved with that. I know in our preliminary presentation on April 23rd, we showed you average costs for the water and sewer impact, property tax bill for average resident. We can include that for refuse as well to complement that conversation. So
Thanks. Commissioner O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points on that, I guess, to the city manager's point about, the percent increase seems irrelevant in the conversation, especially, similar to the parking conversation is what's the private market charge versus what we charge. And I just, a quick Google search here, to have a private hauler pick up a 96-gallon container once a month is $45 in Grand Rapids. So Grand Rapids is certainly a lower cost option, and you have the option to not have it picked up once a month. If you don't want it picked up, you don't put it out, you don't pay. So we're both competitive, very competitive, and you have the option to not put it out if you go away for a week and you don't need to put your trash out. One other thing on the follow-up, and I think I emailed a couple weeks ago about this, was just figuring out how to get yard cart tags and pay it, just as a future. That's something that I've had several people emailing me about since spring is upon us, and figuring out how to get the ability to purchase a yard waste tag through your pay it map, so that you don't have to go find one at a retailer and hope they got it.
Yeah, agreed. I know our city treasurer piped in on that one as well, and Mr. Hurd as well. So, okay, commissioners, any final questions or comments on this section? If not, I think we will, city manager, you want to try to get through vital streets before we break for lunch, or what's your preference?
Let's see how far we can get to 12:15. May be able to cover a couple
Some of it?
areas. Yep.
And Asanti's going to give us a flag when we're ready to take a break for lunch?
Yeah.
All right.
We're looking at 12:15, Mr. Kane.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's move forward to the Vital Streets Oversight Commission section. We have some of the members here with us today. I want to start off by thanking them for their service, and I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you. Can we also get the Stormwater Commission? You ready to go?
Oh, look at that. Eager.
See if we can get through it.
We'll do Vital Streets and Stormwater at the same.
All right.
See if we can get through these. All right.
Okay.
Take it away.
All right. And we'll begin with Vital Streets. You're going to do the introduction?
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Vital Streets Oversight Commission Annual Report. I'm Marshall Kilgore, Chairperson for the Oversight Commission. Prior to the 0.2 income tax extension vote in 2014, the City Commission passed investment guidelines, promises to our citizens on how the funds would be spent and accounted for if the measure was approved. We are happy to report that we are fully compliant with these guidelines.
Good morning, everyone. Still morning, barely. I'm Cindy Irving. I'm with the engineering department. I'm going to provide some metrics on how we did last year and some projections on the budget for next year. So on this slide, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, when we started this adventure with the Sustainable Streets Task Force, our streets were 60% poor with a projection of being 87% poor by 2019. Since then, with the Vital Streets investment, we are currently at 23% good condition and at 56% good and fair condition, with our goal to reach 70% good and fair by fiscal year 2030. The lower graph on this slide shows the red line, which shows our percent good and fair over the years, and our bar chart shows the past and projected investment with a significant increase in investment in 2025 as we push towards that 70% goal. If we look at our street results on the left-hand side, we're looking at our results from 2015 through 2024. We're at 56% good and fair as stated. We've done over 1,900 projects, touching 570 miles of streets, and we've spent $186 million Vital Streets dollars in that investment. In fiscal year 2025, we're projecting 134 projects touching 60 miles of streets and adding $35.1 million in new Vital Streets dollars to the investment. The lower chart shows a breakdown of your good, your fair, and your poor condition of the streets over several years. If we look at our sources and uses chart, so every year we break down our investment by sources and uses because that was also part of our commitment that we made to voters on how this would be funded. And when you look at our sources, our state investment now exceeds $6 million. It's at $7.8 million. We continue to maintain the $3.4 million of base investment from Act 51 dollars. Our general operating fund continues to supply $850,000 per year, and our income tax has risen to over $17 million, with the original projections being around $9 million. When we go to our uses, we invest in our local, federal aid urban, and our non-federal aid urban major streets. Those are our three categories. And you can see our two largest investments are in our local streets and our federal aid urban streets, which are also our largest group, our largest lane miles of streets. We also continue to invest in green infrastructure in the right-of-way, increasing that to $325,000 per year to maintain that green infrastructure. We transfer money to the sidewalk fund to support investing in and repairing our assets. We are also recommending an increase in the investment for traffic safety and signals with an additional $170,000 this year to support mobility, who have gone out and secured several grants. And we continue to pay off the $50 million in bonds that were used to accelerate the Vital Streets program. The bonds will be paid off in 2026. Lots of information on one slide, so try to give you the highlights so you know what you're looking at. One of the most important things we were asked for is to focus on balance and distribution between the three wards. So this slide is showing that. As you can imagine, when we have a major project, sometimes that shifts the balance between the wards. And so in this year, we're going to do a larger investment in the third ward to help catch that area up and rebalance those costs. And through 2029, we're showing balanced investment between all three wards of about $104 million in each ward. We're often asked what investment guidelines do you use to decide which streets to do. We're following asset management principles. We gather data with Grand Valley Metro Council for our street condition, which helps inform the correct treatment on the street. Balance and distribution is one of our key focuses. We also look at neighborhoods of focus and follow the Vital Streets Plan and the Vital Streets Design Guidelines. As we said, we transfer about $2.8 million to the sidewalk fund. Starting last year, we brought a proposal forward to focus on one ward per year to try to concentrate work and increase the amount that could be done. We did that in the third ward last year. It went very well. We're going to continue with about additional $200,000 worth of work in the third ward to finish up that contract. We're moving to the first ward with $1.2 million this year. Next year, we will be in the second ward. We also support our repair contract when we get calls from different areas of the city, so we can go out and deal with repairs. We also invest $250,000 a year to fill gaps in sidewalks, with our fiscal year 2025 project being a sidewalk on Fulton from Plymouth to Worcester to close a large sidewalk gap. I think that covers it.
Thanks, Cindy. So Juan Torres and community engagement have had a busy year. Here on the slide is a summary of their great work. In addition, Public Works and Engineering field questions and requests often through our 311 system and provide information on when work may be done. Reconstruction is an important aspect of our work. Cesar Chavez from Beacon to MLK was a reconstruction project. Reconstruction allows the best opportunity to rethink the right-of-way. This project included traffic calming with lane diets, bulb outs, and crosswalks. Green infrastructure, including reduced impervious areas, infiltration basins, rain gardens, and trees with tree wells. The trees and green infrastructure also improved the pedestrian experience, along with sidewalk improvements and expanded parkways. Resurfacing is also an important aspect to our work at the VSOC. Here's an example. Fuller Avenue from Knapp to Plainfield was a roto mill and resurface project. The project included traffic calming, reducing a 4-lane road to 3 lanes with a dedicated left turn, adding bike lanes, and replacing sidewalk squares to improve the pedestrian experience. Let's review our green infrastructure goals. Green infrastructure helps reduce our pollution impact on waterways while also providing other benefits to the community and ecosystem. The Vital Streets goal is to infiltrate 100 million gallons every 5 years. Our 5-year total is 107 million gallons, exceeding our goal. Vital Streets is currently infiltrating 339 acres. We added 827 trees with our street projects. Vital Streets installed infiltration basins and other infiltration practices, including porous pavement and rain gardens. Let's take a quick look here at bicycle facility changes completed in 2023. We look for opportunities with our projects to add facilities for all users. We want our streets to be safe for your wheelchair, car, family, and in this case, your bike. There was a total net gain in 2023 of 5.07 new miles of bicycle facilities, including standard bicycle lanes, improvement at intersections, and a separated bikeway. This is a 4.2 increase. Some changes to existing bicycle facilities include widening lanes, adding bike lanes, separated facilities, improved intersections, and buffered facilities. We have mapped the fiscal year 2025 projects. We include this information on our website and update through our construction updates. Going forward, we are looking at 1, how are we doing? Is the investment right to meet our goal? And 2, balance in distribution between all 3 wards. We want to extend a thank you to the City Commission for support of the Vital Streets program. Through your support, we are eye on the prize for 70% of the city's streets ranking good and fair. We are continuing to provide balanced investment in each ward, providing equity to our neighbors, and we are designing and investing in our streets for all users, making complete and safe streets for folks who walk, ride their bike or a scooter or wheelchair or drive their car. Next, I'd like to highlight some major projects throughout the wards, starting with the first ward. Oops, there we go, Ward 1. So we'll just do one project here for the sake of time. So reconstruction of Cesar Chavez from Clyde Park to Hall is a continuation of the improvement to this corridor to add traffic calming, bulb outs, green infrastructure, crosswalks, trees, and sidewalk improvements. We'll move on to the second here. We have the reconstruction of Ann Street, Monroe Avenue to Plainfield Avenue. We provided lane diet and the addition of bike lanes. And last but certainly not least, the third ward, we have the reconstruction of Wealthy Street to Richard Terrace to Ethel Avenue, which was a reconstruction of Brick Street and included bulb outs. So that concludes our presentation today. On behalf of the Vital Streets Oversight Commission, we thank you for your continued support and we look forward to new projects.
All right, thank you, Vital Streets colleague. Nice segue directly into Stormwater Oversight Commission. My name is Daniel Tabor, Stormwater Manager for the city. Here on behalf of Christine Bershey. Unfortunately, she had a conflict, couldn't make it. She sends her apologies, but I know Ms. Bershey is involved in a lot of different boards and very active, so she sends her well wishes there. So just highlighting, or just the mantra for stormwater: slow it down, spread it out, soak it in. So keep that in mind as we're going into the various programs and topics. Just to highlight 9 board members here. Want to thank new members for joining, Brandon Simon and Michelle Story, and then thank also Casey Cooperis and Betsy Hernandez for their previous service. But overall, the board is pretty consistent from when it started. Stormwater Oversight Commission's main goal is really to provide oversight and review of stormwater activities with the city and to make sure we're in compliance with our municipal separate storm sewer permit, which we were just issued May 1st by the state. So we're in a new permit cycle. Big components of that permit and the values of our city is public education and public engagement. Some highlighted programs from last year include we ran a salt billboard campaign to really visually and graphically show the concerns and remind citizens, residents, businesses to be mindful of their salt, to minimize that usage and to protect our waterways. Stormwater group was active with our peers at the water department doing water career camp activities. We would go out and do biological testing and highlight, environmental concerns to try to drum up interest and support for careers in water with our youth. And then we also host a booth at our annual Home and Garden Show at DeVos Place in the spring, and it's a great opportunity for 3 days to engage with not only Grand Rapids citizens, but county residents. And it's a regional activity with hundreds to thousands of interactions with residents, citizens, students. So really pushing our public engagement there. As part of the Stormwater Oversight Commission, some of the policy review, like I previously mentioned, we did get a new permit from Eagle, so that was good news. We updated some of our maintenance goals to really look at asset management and where the needs are. I know a lot of individuals in ESD are part of the Asset Management Champions group, so really trying to adhere to that dig once philosophy. So looking at maintenance and those activities to ensure a reactiveness to that. And then the SOC also looked at implementation of environmental justice and social justice goals with our some of our green infrastructure metrics and our funding metrics to place a tangible goal and benefit, specifically of having at least 40% of our grant money spent in neighborhood focus and environmental justice regions to take advantage of those opportunities at a federal level for grant funding and really ensure equity across our wards and our neighborhoods. High level, SOC also looks at our inspections for all of our assets and also our preventative maintenance. High level mantra here is we're meeting our goals for catch basin cleanings and culvert cleanings and ditches. So in terms of the rank and file employees of ESD doing great work and getting ahead of these cleaning activities and inspections to take care of our assets. Anecdotally, I know like one big win is now that we're inspecting our catch basins on a regular basis, we're preventing them from failing, and that prevents larger scale like road work. So really believing in the asset management approach and working with Vital Streets to be protective and of our assets. Some high level projects I want to highlight. One is the Seymour Square, Burton Marshall Alley improvements. Under those brick pavements is infiltration basins, so that's a stormwater feature, but it's also a placemaking feature with working with WEMIAC and local Grand Rapids Area Black Business Association. So using stormwater infrastructure, but also make a community space, community gathering space, and a placemaking space is really trying to make a lot of connections there. And then for more of a natural type project we did, just doing rehabilitation to the Burton Breton Drain, Third Ward project that addressed some maintenance concerns, some resident erosion concerns. So really just being proactive in our protecting our natural environment there. Just to tie into what Mr. Kilgore said earlier regarding the Vital Streets and Complete Streets green infrastructure goals. Vital Streets did 107 million worth of gallons of infiltration in the 5-year span. Stormwater through our initiatives, 31 million. So meeting our stated goals there for gallons infiltrated. Still need to work on our goals for areas treated. So just trying to capture larger areas, and with the hope with some larger scale reconstruction projects, able to capture larger areas when we're changing the footprints of roads or streets or other facilities. We've been awarded a couple large-scale grants. One is Third Ward flood mitigation strategies, going through the FEMA processes for studies and monies to address some surface flooding near Woodlawn Cemetery. And we're also awarded a grant from from Eagle, partners at Eagle, as a stormwater resiliency plan. So really just going after those grant opportunities. Stormwater is a general fund. We're not part of an enterprise fund, so any grant opportunities we're able to achieve helps the bottom line. So that's a priority. Also working with local partners and regional non-partners. Council of the Great Lakes is really big supported by DART out of Mason and Meyer. Opportunities for keeping plastics and materials out of our storm sewer systems, but that's a kind of a private grant nature that we're pursuing and we're awarded, and so really out there trying to take advantage of these opportunities. Additional grants we're seeking, haven't heard back yet, but really, especially through Eagle, as they're tasked with getting the monies from the EPA out to the local level, looking for green infrastructure implementation in neighborhoods of focus, and also Brandywine Creek stabilization, really another one of those creek infrastructure restoration projects up near Blandford Nature Center in the First Ward. So again, just large-scale opportunities we're pursuing to help assist with our programming. And then some other ongoing projects with ESD and stormwater. Butterworth Street stormwater improvements really in the general area from O'Brien to the city limits. Ongoing study now to look at drainage and use out there to really start the process there of addressing concerns and developing solutions to make the improvements out there. As mentioned previously, work as an ash lagoon closure out of the WRF. Really trying to make sure that our stormwater stays out of PFAS areas and working through that work and design. Knapp's Corner, looking at a drainage solution for changing the outlet to go to an existing county drain versus previously mentioned Ken ISD project. Ken ISD solution came cost and permitting challenge, so looking at a new route there. And then our group was assisting with the transformational generational projects, soccer stadiums and 201 Market and Scribner, all those projects have stormwater, so working through that. Exciting work, but yeah, it's generational, so some time and diligence there. And Horizon topics, ESD's working with a comprehensive asset management plan just to make sure we're in line with our water and sanitary sewer folks on capital projects and working together there. Regionally, a watershed management plan is up on the docket with Elgro. Really looking at stormwater regionally to take advantage of grant opportunities for like the River Trail and other regional stormwater type activities. That's going to be FY 26, 27 type era. And then really the priority is going after the grants and just trying to take advantage of those opportunities. So I know that was pretty quick, but thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks. I don't have a question. I just have a comment before I turn to my colleagues. One, I just want to thank you all for your work. You know, it's interesting sitting up here and looking at how far we've come with streets. I worked on the campaign for streets and sidewalks all those years ago, and remember how just unbelievably poor our streets were, and to see the progress is really. It just makes me really proud to see both the progress we've made with sidewalks as well as streets. And then stormwater, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, you know, that we are building on the work of commissions that came before us, you know, commissions who approved hundreds of millions of dollars to improve our stormwater system and separate our sewers. And a lot of the success and the work we're able to do today is because of those really hard decisions that were made by the mayor and commissions that sat in these seats before us. And so I just want to say thank you for your work. I love seeing this progress. I know not everyone is as excited about streets and sidewalks and stormwater as maybe I am, but it's really fundamental to local government, quite frankly. And if we don't do this right, then shame on us. So anyway, thank you all for your work. Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and the service. I just had one quick question, maybe more of a comment on the bicycle facility changes, because I know this has been a question to Commissioner Knight and I, where it says changes and new bicycle lanes, and then there was a little bit of commentary. But if we could maybe in the notes or a follow-up, and I'm sure it's somewhere, just what do those changes look like? Because a bike lane is very different in all parts of our city. And so I think we've heard that. We had some questions about the one on Turner. I mean, my husband likes, he's mad he doesn't have that in the second ward. But I think to be able to talk about those differences, because I think it's great to celebrate what we've added, but what does that look like? Because we've had some, questions and calls for protected bike lanes. So that's a comment. And then the second was the Knapp's Corner pond drainage solution. So I think that was something that was existing when I came on 5 years ago. And I think, Mr. Berkman, you were at, I think that was a fiscal committee meeting, maybe towards the beginning of this. And, a mentor once told me we have to find permanent solutions to reoccurring problems. And I feel like this is one of those that keeps coming up, and I can't remember, you gave a little bit of an update on this, but I think this is one that we need to continue to monitor and measure, and just wanted to highlight that. So again, I don't know if that's if that's a comment or a question, or if you have anything to add to that one.
Sure, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. It's a timely one because we actually had some items today on fiscal and also CD. So yes, that's a problem that we've been seeking a solution to for quite some time. And so the action that was before our Community Development Committee this morning was filing an amended petition with the Drain Commissioner. So we are making significant progress. I know it's been a long road, but we entered into a cost-sharing agreement, and we'll be filing that amended petition so that we can get to construction next year, because right now the only option is the pump and hauling route that we've been doing, and that's just not a sustainable method or long-term solution. And so we're engaged with the Drain Commissioner's office, and we've got a solution that's underway.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. And I think our portion of that would be roughly $10 million or so.
Correct.
But the other longstanding issue to Commissioner Sassi has also been Butterworth, and can you comment a little bit on what we're doing to prepare for ultimately fixing the road, but addressing, I guess, as we heard earlier, the stormwater issue?
And I'll turn to Ms. Irving and Mr. Tabor because they're both very engaged. But it's we're first working to solve the erosion issue that's happening out on there so that we can then solve the drainage issue so that we can then solve the road issue. And so it has to kind of proceed in that order. So we've been engaging with the property owners out there to take that first step in terms of trying to stop the erosion from happening. Every time it rains, you see significant sediment moving. And they've made some progress already, but anything more to add to that?
No, I think that summarizes it. It's been a good partnership with the private property owners, and the engineers are actually moving from the public right-of-way onto the private property to really do a complete survey and see what can be done.
And through engineering this spring, a local engineering company, LRE, was brought on board to do a detailed study. They've done the kind of initial research. We have a site visit actually scheduled Friday with city staff, local land partners to walk the site and get initial findings. The study is due by December, so detailed engineering and analysis will occur this summer with, like I said, the detailed study available this fall, with the hopes for if there's relevant solutions or projects that can start getting input into future capital budgets.
Well, and I'll add, I know our city attorney or our city engineer has heard me say this before. Obviously, I'm glad we're finding a solution for Knapp's Corner and Drain, but I sure hope that we learn from this experience. Having been around this table as a commissioner when some of the development out there was approved, the number one concern residents in that neighborhood had was around water and drainage. And a lot of those fears that they had, unfortunately, came to fruition, and we're still trying to solve for it today. So hopefully we're able to learn from this experience. Most of the people involved weren't around then, and I think we have better policies in place and people who are looking at in detail the potential implications for development such as that. But hopefully, we won't have to experience a situation like this again in our city. So that's my hope. I'm sure you hope that as well.
Agreed and understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioners, any final questions or comments before we break? We'll take a break, grab some lunch, and then we'll come back for the final section on engaged and connected community. Any final questions or comments?
Just to confirm, I think we have food available for the public. Has it arrived yet? Should be available in 5 minutes.
Okay.
But the commissioners will recess to 9:01. Yeah.
All right. One final question for Commissioner Sassi as we finish up.
Just a comment, because, we talked about the questions that were being asked. In the presentations, I think the presentations are well done. It has a lot of the detail. Would it be possible at the end of this process to have a bit of a timeline? There's a number of studies that were mentioned. What I find myself is have a challenge sometimes to go back to like when I want to circle back, where is this at? That would be a request I would have of taking what's in these budget books and a general timeline of, the studies or different things. We have this arts and culture study. There's some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah.
We can put that in a timeline.
Yep. Please.
Oh, okay. I'll follow up with you off dice.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again. And commissioners, let's take let's see, City Manager, you want us back in here at 12:40? How does that sound? 22 minutes? 12:40? 30 minutes. Okay, so 30 minutes, Commissioner. So let's be back in here at 12:50. All right? All right? section of our budget presentation today, and this is on engaged and connected communities. So I'll turn it back over to the city manager to tee this up.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is the last section. And Mr. Matthews, Mr. Greening, and Ms. Muskowicz. Riley Muckowicz will take us at. Why don't you come to the table?
Okay, thank you. So, first couple of slides here are just a reiteration of some of the things that we talked about when we initially presented the budget. These are the commission priorities that we pulled out that specifically we wanted to place a focus on. Then we take a look at some of the budget highlights going into this year. This includes a number of the things that we've previously invested in terms of We Are GR, Winter Preparedness Guide, our investment in language access. It also includes one of the notable things. We've had a lot of neighborhoods come and want an updated printed version of the Neighborhood Living Guide. That's something that we've put in the budget for this coming year. We're going to be continuing with our investments in implementation of our community engagement framework and continue our investments in terms of our neighborhood partners. The last one here is another continuation, and that's some of the work that we've been doing in immigrant and refugee community engagement, primarily through the Office of Public Safety Accountability. So these were a couple of the discussion items, at least, that we took from the last conversation. The first one, there was a question about additional targeted outreach, specifically ward outreach. Did want to talk a little bit about the history of some of the communications channels that we've been using or historically have used, which includes GR Connected, the email that goes out. That was something that conceptually started as 3 ward newsletters. It became particularly challenging from a content collection standpoint to be able to receive sufficient content, be able to organize that content, and then split it out by ward and get it out. That's what resulted in the consolidated GR Connected that you see today. And having done this work in the past, one of the things to keep in mind is that the distribution is really the easy part of the communication. The collection, curation, editing of the content is always the more staff-intensive portion of the work. So when we talk next about social media and digital media options, it's a similar challenge. For instance, if we chose to do ward-specific Twitter or X or whatever they decide to name it next, social channels, then that requires 3 separate chains of maintenance, but it also creates 3 separate chains of communication, which starts to dilute our ability to speak citywide with a voice to the largest audience possible. So we've got to think through what the impacts are there. Some of the conversations we've had around the opportunity to do some ward-specific communications that goes out through those primary channels. So they're ward-tailored, but they're going out citywide because we are a community of 200,000 people. Proportionally, we're in a good spot to do citywide communications and then target within that channel as opposed to starting to develop separate channels. Oh, I'm sorry. In terms of online, one of the things that we talked about, our current content management system does give us the opportunity to tag news items so that they're sortable by the user. And that's one of the things that we're going to take a look at when we do have ward-specific activities, press releases, things like that. If we tag those appropriately on the front end, we can either sort them or the user can sort them, for instance, by 3rd ward, 2nd ward, 1st ward, and just get the news that's specific to that ward. So we're trying to think about the most efficient ways that we can achieve some of those desires. As I mentioned, the process of collecting that information, getting it put together, writing the scripts, and then afterwards, if it's video, doing the editing, things like that, is always a consideration that requires time and resources. Our second item here, with Engaged and Connected, we had a reference to centering arts, culture, and heritage. So I wanted to give you a couple of updates on things that have been brought forward over the last couple of months. One of those was the ACCGR had come forward and talked about some of the desires and needs within the arts community. We decided collectively to move forward with an economic impact study that could give us a clearer picture of where we might best be able to support. We've been pretty intentional in partnering with that group to make sure that they're coming alongside us in that work. They are presently reviewing the list of potential participating organizations. I'm hopeful to have that information from them next week so that we can advance with a letter and an invitation to those nonprofits, arts organizations to participate in the impact study, which we're hoping we will have back, by the end of the summer. We already talked in Economic Prosperity about the Third Ward African American Cultural Tour. And then the last one I wanted to note is we're taking a look at how we can best leverage the Arts Advisory Commission, which has traditionally just been responsible for receipt of donations and approval of murals in the city, to really think about how we can best leverage the talent and expertise that those people are bringing to the table. Over the past couple of years, we've been working on really getting a handle on the city-owned art inventory and getting a picture of how we might be able to renew some of the programs that were happening in the 90s and the 2000s in regards to acquisition, both as a way to improve our organizational buildings, but also a way to invest in local artists. And we'd like for them to have a role in that process. So we're working on an update to that policy that we can bring back that really expands the role and really centers art as the Arts Advisory Commission's role moving forward. So there's some of the things that are going on in the arts, culture, and heritage space. We're going to stop there before we get to the budget questions to see if there's anything that you all wanted to talk about specifically.
All right, commissioners, I'll start down here with Commissioner Knight.
Thank you for that update. Just a question around two things, I guess. The arts, culture, and heritage, are those things kind of working in conjunction with one another? It seems like they all kind of fit together, right? I know the impact study has to be done, but then when you're thinking about the African American Cultural Tour and the Arts Advisory Commission, that's my assumption, right? That all three of them kind of fall under that same bucket and they're working in conjunction? Or are they like three separate things? And I know the impact study is a separate thing.
Mm-hmm. Each one of these is a separate initiative towards a common goal, but they're not necessarily tethered to one another. Some of this is, for us, is about establishing some sustainable infrastructure for how we think about the arts as a community. So that's where the economic impact study comes in, which is going to help guide our conversations about support and investment. There is a separate piece, which is what is the Arts Advisory Commission's role in that same space. And then the cultural tour, you could consider kind of a programmatic activity that, had we had that infrastructure in place, would fall underneath. So they're all running parallel towards a common goal, but they're not all yet tethered together.
Okay. I'm just thinking about, we keep talking about all the different things we do, and I've sat here over these last couple times and been able to draw direct lines from one thing to another that should be coupled together so that you're getting the best support out of that one thing. I understand the Impact Study Advisory Commission. I've been a part of those conversations, being in that arts community for a long time, but I'm just making sure when we're talking about moving forward and building sustainability, that those pieces are all connected together, so one is not left out and only getting a piece of the pie, as opposed to everybody sitting down at the table together and enjoying that meal at the same time, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Commissioner? Oh, I'm sorry, did you have a follow-up?
Sorry.
Commissioner
Sorry
Knight
about that.
and then Commissioner Isasi.
I was looking at the Develop With Us. Can you talk a little bit more about what that is and what those projects might consist of?
I will have to invite our planning director, who wasn't planning to be in the front row for the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Development with Us is a program that was created in partnership with the Urban Core Collective. Gosh, I want to say it was back in 2015. It was quite a while ago. And ultimately, we co-created a program that would be looked at as like an enhanced engagement effort for development projects and really better connecting the community, the residents, with the development proposal that would be seeking approval from the Planning Commission. And so through that enhanced engagement strategy, there's things like additional signage, different types of notices and communication, a neighborhood meeting that is facilitated by a third-party facilitator that was very intentional from the Urban Core Collective, that it wouldn't be a city staff person or an individual that was hired by the developer, for example, that it would be a neutral third party that could help facilitate good conversation between city development team and neighborhood and community. And so that's sort of the very high-level overview of the background. We piloted the program just shortly before the pandemic, and unfortunately we only got through, I think, 2 projects before the pandemic hit, and we were not able to resurrect that program until I believe it was last year. And now we have a couple of contracts in place for different facilitators, and we have several projects that either have gone through the process or are about to go through the process. And so I assume the funding, I don't know where it is on the screen, but if you're asking the funding that was allocated or requested in the budget is to cover the cost of those facilitators that would be for the projects that are going through the Development With Us program.
So we're talking about minority or BIPOC developers or business owners connecting with the development projects that are happening with the city to help facilitate that connection?
It was more about where we have projects, especially in areas that have not seen a lot of development. There was a lot of challenge of how do you participate or when do you participate, and what can you ask for, what aren't you able to ask for. And so largely, there was a lot of third ward neighborhoods that hadn't experienced redevelopment in the way that neighborhoods in the first and second ward did. And so it's not specific to who's proposing the project as much as trying to encourage a better engagement strategy in neighborhoods that have not seen their share of redevelopment.
Okay.
Does that help?
Kind of.
Okay.
Think about it this way. When we first started it years ago, it was to try to pilot and experiment with other processes that enabled more people to get engaged when there was a development proposed in a neighborhood, knowing that just by sending out a postcard and asking people to show up at a planning commission meeting on a Thursday, or going through a neighborhood association when sometimes that development in that neighborhood didn't have a strong neighborhood association that could facilitate that kind of neighborhood conversation about a potential development. So this was some of the feedback that we received years ago was how do we create another opportunity and try something different to enhance the opportunity for people in that neighborhood to get involved on the front end as a development is being proposed in their neighborhood, and then to weigh in to that development before it got approved at the Planning Commission. Does that help?
That does, and then that takes me back to thinking about all of these different lines that connect with some of the other stuff that we're doing and putting money into the neighborhood summit or the neighborhood. I can't remember the title of it, but just, strengthening those areas, right? And so if we're putting money into budgeting those, why don't we put that into that to just kind of bolster that work a little bit more? So that's where my mind goes to, is making the connection points, right? Because we keep talking about making hard choices and where we're putting money, and I keep stepping back saying, are there areas that are doing pretty much the same thing that can add to that work that they're doing with that same mindset? You know what I mean? That framework. Because you're talking about facilitators talking to neighbors about what's going on and connecting them so they understand the development that's going on in those communities. Right? Stronger communication vehicle.
Yeah, Mayor, I want to make sure I understand, because I think what I'm seeing on this commission is I want to make sure we're delivering on outcomes and not program managing the budget. And if there is an area you'd like to see more of or less of, you give us that direction and we'll go find out where those resources might exist. But I think what I'm hearing now, and this is probably not the best way to deliberate the budget, is to force you to cut somewhere to add another. Focus on the outcomes. If more development, neighborhood engagement, or not, this is one example. I've heard it. It just finally came to me. It's something you would like to see. Give us that direction. The majority of you will go and we'll find out where resources might exist. Look at the implications and impact and see what a reduction in services or reallocation, reprogramming might cause operationally, fiscally, legally, and come back and make a recommendation. But I think it's hard, and the reason why I'm saying it, I don't want us to walk away when a suggestion is made and we kind of nod to it, that's going to be an implemented item bringing forth. So I think it would be helpful for me to walk away knowing if the majority of commission wants to see enhancements or reductions in services, and then we go back and find out how to make that happen.
Yeah, well, I can speak for myself, and I'm happy to hear from other commissioners. Overall, I think it's clear, especially from our strategizing sessions and work sessions we've had together, that there's a priority for this body that we improve and enhance communication, that we utilize communication that meets the needs of the diverse community that we represent, and that we increase opportunity for community engagement in a meaningful way. And I hear what you're saying, Commissioner. I think the challenge, though, with an organization our size is that you have to have experts in different departments that do community engagement, whether it's on the trails or the river work we're doing, or in planning, or the Parks Department. They do a lot of community engagement around park designs. And so supporting good, effective, thoughtful, comprehensive community engagement in all those different areas, for me, is a priority. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. The work we're doing with Develop With Us is very specific to developments and neighborhood development. So I personally am supportive of these funding recommendations because it contributes to our overall goal of increasing more effective community engagement and enhancing our communication. So that's just where I am. And I think we have a great team that's been working on it. The work we're doing today around communication and community engagement, I think, is more effective. Obviously, we always can improve, and there's more work to do. That's true for everything in life. But it's far better than it was 5 years ago, in my opinion. So, Commissioners, other thoughts on that? Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you. I think I have two questions. One is, again, probably not the sexiest of the engaged and connected community, but agenda management, that bright topic. I know that was something we rolled out, and I know that some of us had some questions about the use of it. So not to go into all of that, but how is that agenda management system working today? Are there things that, again, we talked about, we're rolling out an ERP system, all these other things, what are we learning from this? So just a quick update about that.
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Canfield on the detailed update. What I can tell you specifically about the agenda management system is through a variety of circumstances, the agenda management system that we had made a decision to move forward with something else. The company that owned the agenda management system that we had bought that system and is implementing it across all of their cities now. So in effect, we were going to be landing the plane on the same runway, whether we got a ahead of it, which is what we did, or whether we waited for them to mandate the change. Again, from a technical standpoint, Mr. Canfield can speak to that. There are components that we're waiting to stabilize the system so that we can move forward with. One of those big ones is having index streaming video, where you can actually click on the agenda and go straight to the discussion of that item. Another piece that we're kind of waiting to implement is speaker sign-up, so that we have a kiosk at the front door and we can be a little bit more intentional about how we bring people up during public comment. Lou, I don't know if you want to speak to the implementation of what.
Yeah, regarding those two items, I know that staff in the executive office are collaborating with the communications office on those two items and making progress, so we hope to be able to deliver those soon in the next several months. In terms of the system, for City Commission, we have essentially replicated what we used to do in the old system. I think what we've done is kind of stabilized and worked with the vendor to, frankly, like make work a few things that we do differently than most other communities. And that seems to be going fine. And keep in mind, the old system is actually still being used by the boards and commissions other than the City Commission and its committees. And so we are also working in the executive office with the clerk's office and with many other departments to transition them over to the new system. I think the planning department is next, and then we've got economic development and many other boards and commissions after that. So we're actively working on it. We think it's stable and in a good spot for City Commission. If you have specific feedback, of course, I'm happy to hear that as well. And if you ever have a question about how do I do such and such, also happy to help with that.
Okay. Yeah, more just kind of looking back, because I know that there was, and I get it. Anytime you change something, there's a little consternation. And then my second question was around, you all answered this in the first session, but I think I would like to add something of how do we go a little bit deeper in the translation services piece. So we're able to identify how much was spent with particular vendors. So that was shared after the first session on the 30th, I believe. And that's great. I think my question is, we offer the translation services. How can we go to that next level of engaging, and I see, Andrew, you're shaking your head, because I think that you and I have talked about this a couple of times, right? It's one thing to offer it, but who doesn't even know if we offer it, or how could we get a little bit more into the statistics? I am going to highlight Spanish and English, because obviously that is probably the most used, but I also want to recognize that it's not conducive of all the languages. I also know that the agenda management system has the ability to do the translation, and that was one of the other compelling pieces about it. But and welcome for any feedback, but I think that's what I would be looking for in sort of this next year or the next 2 years is how do we really optimize being able to offer that, and then recognize it's the idea of belonging versus so.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I will just say that, operationally, we are at a point where there's got to be some coordinated ownership from an accountability standpoint. How do we report back out on the metrics? And I would agree with you that now that we've established our baseline, it's time to start measuring against that baseline for the future.
Thank you. And then my last comment is, yes, I will affirm, as you were saying, Mayor, the social media pieces. I think Parks might be undefeated in their social media page. I know a lot of departments kind of highlight. So, there's that. We're talking about multiple options, but we obviously have different departments that are having different voices from the city. But would love to be able to do, of course, we're all doing this, in a part-time-ish basis. And so that opportunity to communicate on a more formal platform, even if it's just a couple times a year, I would certainly appreciate that. So just want to affirm that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioners, I'll tell you, I attended the County Commission meeting last week, and I spoke during public comment, and they have a sign-up process. And so I signed up, and the clerk at the county would let you know when you're on deck, and that she would call you up. And it really was a smooth process, and then it
prevented, 20 people standing up in line. And so having experienced the process myself, I do think as we move forward with our system and we have the ability to do that, it would be a good process to implement here in our chambers. All right, Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Knight?
Yeah, I want to finish from before.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So I just want to go back to that again, what we were talking about. Because when we were, so you said it started about 2015. Do you have, is that what you said? Around there? Do you have any numbers on like who they're particularly targeting, what neighborhoods is particularly targeting, and how much outreach has been done in the different diverse neighborhoods?
We do. We have a lot of metrics. I'm happy to provide that report as a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, I'm going to close this presentation then and direct your attention to what's before us. So a couple more things. Obviously, if you continue to have questions, please get those to City Manager and our CFO so that they can respond, and then they'll be shared with the full City Commission. I know some of the questions that we've asked, we are still waiting for information and expect that to continue to come in over the next couple weeks. We have our public hearing next week on Tuesday at 7 p.m. where we'll be able to hear additional feedback from the community about the budget proposal. And then 2 weeks, we will be back together to discuss, debate, and then vote on the budget. So with that, I will close this budget session. City Manager, any final thoughts? That will give us about 40 minutes before we're back in here together at 2 o'clock for our City Commission meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone.